All right, it's 2 p.m. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the 10 Future Thinkers SABD Design Forum. I'm Erin, and I'll be your host for today. So, first of all, on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to thank everyone for joining us this afternoon. And a little introduction for the first timers joining us today. The purpose of this design forum is to showcase our school's homegrown creative thinkers from the Bachelor of Science, honors in architecture, and our Masters of Architecture programs. So, Future Thinker is also a platform for intellectual discourse between lecturers, students, and industry partners. So, being the 10th Future Thinker, this session is an extra special one, so we hope everyone's excited for the upcoming.
Erin, you're muted.
Hey, hello? Can you hear? Okay. Okay, where did I stop? Okay. Anyway, I hope you guys are all excited for our presenters' presentation and also presentation by our invited guests, AR Michael Ching. Okay, so before we officially officiate this event, can everyone turn on your webcams for a quick group photo before we start? Okay, come on, guys. Okay, we're gonna take a photo. So turn on your webcams. Let us see your beautiful faces. Okay, there's a lot of people, so we're gonna give it a minute. Okay, so maybe Jessie, you're gonna take the photo, right? You wanna count us down?
Yep, sure. So everybody turn on your camera ready. So I'll take the photo for the first page first, since you guys don't know. So you just pose on the notes. Oops. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And second page. 1, 2, 3. Then third page. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone. So a little reminder as well. Besides the Q&A sessions, we would appreciate if the audience, you guys keep yourselves muted throughout the whole session to respect our fellow presenters. Okay, so without further ado, to kickstart the design forum, we would like to begin the event by the opening remarks by our very own head of school, Associate Professor Dr. Veronica Ng. Hi, Dr. V.
Good afternoon, everyone, on a very pleasant Malaysia day. First of all, I would like to say a big thank you to the organizing team and also Prince for organizing the event. And now it's the 10th edition and it sounds really cool now, like FTX. Looks like a brand. I would just like to share a few words about the meaning of future thinkers, at least to me. In the school, we hope that every graduate actually can complete the program and develop their own distinctive identities. And how do we do that? Through the process of your self-discovery. And the only way to do that is through design education. So indeed, the Future Thinkers is a manifestation of this self-discovery, be it in progress or towards its completion. So future to me represents the immediate present. And if you are in SEM 1, the future may be a little bit further. But if you are in SEM 6, the future may be a little bit nearer. And for the word thinker, to me, it's important for us to be a thinking architect rather than a doing architect. And that differentiates yourself from the others. So I believe the FTX in its 10th edition will unfold this experiential journey of the aspiring student presenters, which will take us through this process to see how this thinking is actually manifested through your respective design. So with that, congratulations to the future thinkers and a very, very big thank you to the organizing team and Prince. So welcome everyone and enjoy the show. Thank you.
Uy, sorry, I was muted again. Thank you, Dr. Veronica, for that sweet message. So next, we would also like to invite our chief organizer, AR Prince Favis, to share his welcoming message. Hi, Mr. Prince. Are you there?
I'm muted. Sorry. I'm
It's
unmute
okay.
myself. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. Thanks, Erin. Good afternoon, Dr. Veronica, and all the students and everyone here. Nice to see you all safe, healthy. Okay. Okay. So I prepared a slide since this is the 10th Future Thinkers. Okay. We have completed one cycle, means the 10th semester in 5 years. Okay. So it's like the part one and part two combined. Okay, to our students, alumni, past organizers, guests, and friends, thank you for coming. To our head of school, Dr. Veronica, our program directors, school lecturers, and tutors, thank you for your support. Okay, today we honor our future thinkers, presenters. I am sure you are asking, who are these future thinkers? Future thinkers are students from both bachelor's and master of architecture, who possesses very distinct qualities. Okay, like the authors Bentley, Alcock, Murray, Sue, and McLean, 7 qualities of responsive environment. We came up also with our very own version, okay, the 7 C's of being a future thinker. First of all, a creative mind, a confident persona, a very competent and able, convivial in nature, committed to give their best, a good conversant, and more importantly, impresses people with their wit and charm. Okay, these are the 7 C's of our future thinkers. Okay, as we are celebrating the 10th Future Thinkers, I'd like to share it was founded in February 2017, and the first event was held in April 27, 2017. It has been running for the past 10 semesters or complete 5 years. Okay, the objectives of the event are, first, have a platform to showcase, recognize, and reward students for their creative works. The second is to have a platform for intellectual discourses between students of the bachelor's degree and the Master of Architecture program. Likewise with lecturers, industry partners, and friends, on the aim of having an active platform to share ideas, learn from one another, and inspire each other. Lastly, a celebration, to celebrate our diversity and distinctiveness as designers. Most importantly, and its hidden aim of which is just to take a break for our long, hectic, and loaded schedules, both in our studies and in work. As the famous advertisement slogan goes, have a break, have a Kit Kat. But for ours, every semester, every break, have a break, have FT, Future Thinkers, watch Future Thinkers 10. Okay, I would like to share to all that I'm currently working and compiling information for the online publication of Future Thinkers at 10. To share some, I would like to everyone to look at this image collage, which I prepared, showing the history of future thinkers from the first to the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, and today's future thinkers 10. Colors which represents the Taylor's University logo, and the architecture's color. Red for passion and love for the craft, black for the architect's mystique and elegance, and neutral colors and shade to complement both. Similar on how we find balance in our lives and studies or in work. Next, a photo collection backtracking of what transpired in the past featured thinkers. Our first venue, the Obama Theater, LT2122, for our first two featured thinkers, LT21 for our third featured thinkers, LT2 for our fourth featured thinkers, LT12 for the fifth, LT1 for our sixth, before the pandemic hit us, where we continue virtually via the Zoom platform. Okay, the past featured thinkers have accumulated 3,833 attendees that's the past 9 featured thinkers, and 1,988 YouTube views, okay, for the past 3 featured thinkers 7, 8, and 9. More importantly, the pandemic allowed us to reach to alumni, friends, and colleagues from 12 different countries outside Malaysia, namely Indonesia, Singapore, Brunei, Thailand, Taiwan, Mauritius, Maldives, Nigeria, India, Australia, United Kingdom, and Philippines. Okay. Being the advisor for the past 10 future thinkers, I had the privilege to work with Associate Professor Tony, Architect Ian, and Associate Professor Dr. Veronica. Okay. Also with our 14 dedicated lead organizers, 13 MCs, and a lot of organizing, the members of the organizing team whose name I cannot mention today, or else we will be running out of time. Okay, I'm sure you know who you are. And most importantly, our creative and talented student presenters, okay, for the past 10 feature thinkers. The names in bold are actually students who presented for more than 2 times. Okay, 135 organizing committee and 90, total of 90 presenters for the past 10 semesters. Likewise, 29 guest speakers and panelists. Okay, I will be sharing more in the publication, hopefully, okay, once it's finished. Okay, I think with that, I would like to welcome you to Future Thinkers 10, led by the very passionate leader, Jesselyn, with the team, Erin, Ryan C, Ryan Ong, and Catherine Kaisen. Okay. Also, we will be joined today by our guest speaker, Architect Michael, who is a very familiar face and was a former lecturer in Taylor's. Our moderator, Brianna, who is an alumna of Taylor's University, who hosted Future Thinkers in 2017 and 2018. Lastly, this group of Future Thinkers presenter, which comprised of 7 first-timer, Shipei, Fabry, Haonam, Eunice, Yihui, and Ziming, and Sean. Okay, with 2-time presenters, Philip, Yash, and Lynn, and our only 3-time presenter for Future Thinkers so far, Chen Si. Presenters who does not only possess the 7 Cs, but likewise assures a bright future for Malaysian architecture. I would like to end by this quote: seize every opportunity that life offers you, because when opportunities go, they take a long time to come back. Today is an opportunity to get better. We hope the presentation of your juniors and your seniors and the guests today will inspire you to do better. With that, as we are all excited, I would like to welcome you to Future Thinkers 10. And by the way, happy Malaysian Day. Happy Malaysia Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prince. So thank you, Mr. Prince, for summing up all these previous future thinkers so well, and such a warm welcome. So I think we can just jump right in and welcome our first speaker of the day, Chang Shipei from the previous semester 1, who was tutored by A.R. Chong Su Mei. And so let's have her introduce herself, followed by her recorded presentation. Hi, Shipei.
Hey guys, I'm Shipei and I'm the representative from semester 1. And today I'm going to be presenting on my final assignment in semester 1, which is named Dispel, and I hope you'll enjoy my presentation.
The first semester exposed us to areas such as design elements and principles, ergonomics, tectonics, and sensory. The third project aims to discuss how users' needs and emotions are accommodated into your design, and how tangible and intangible components can be fitted to express emotions and a compelling story. We are to design a sensory space that tells our experience during self-isolation. The prime focus of this project is to explore a representation and interpretation, applying the suitable spatial experience that would disclose a dynamic user journey. I tackled this project by centering my design to a relatable storyline, by using the lines to suggest direction and movement. That creates a dynamic transition and connectivity between all the spaces, giving the feeling of the user being controlled and flushed by the circulation of the structure, such as how we read and is led on by the pace of a story. I start the project by questioning myself what is my personal response to the pandemic and lockdown. Before the COVID-19 crisis, life was both exciting yet ordinary. This may sound contradictory, but businesses, travel plans, gatherings all go through a similar pattern of routine if you think about it. I find the introduction of self-isolation extremely disruptive. With businesses being shut down and travel plans halted and cancelled, it feels like a threat. So the question is, how do I dispel this mental burden? The process of dispel comprises not a single but a series of monologues. Monologues tied together that form my story. And within this story, there's the first impression, the exposition, the rising, the climax, and the resolution. This uncovers the impact of self-isolation, starting from questioning the situation, a feeling of trance, into feeling intimidated, and slowly opening up into understanding and arriving at a moment of dispel, to finally how I currently feel, a sense of acceptance. Hence, the core concept of my structure emerges naturally. The design exploration then involves my choice of interpreting each episode and the dynamic transition from one to another. We are required to choose a banal action that reflects the emotions, and with the chosen lunging action, a play of angles is used to give off different user experiences. By having the spine pointing downwards and legs close to the chest, it depicts self-protection. As I travel in the structure, the action slowly opens up to a more loosened up state. Same for sensory, I emphasize on 5 different experiences, which includes the play of light and darkness, texture and shadow, field of vision, and atmospheres of serenity and nothingness. For the design approach, I wanted to show how the situation would be if presented visually. The disintegration of our normal routines from the introduction of a new lifestyle. I looked into 2 contrasting examples, the first being House NA, which to me instills a form of orderliness and groundedness. In contrast, Steampunk Pavilion, a structure that is so free-form it gives the illusion of dynamism and constant shifting. And the perfect blend of both, disruption of rigidity and order by a new wave of freeform entity, discloses my narrative perfectly. The design process started from a concept sketch and working my way familiarizing myself with the properties of organic bending strips. And thus, my final design, Dispel, is produced. The idea behind the tectonics is to have the metal grid caging act as both space making and support, while the ash glue lamp timber strips carve out precisely the volume of the space and the measurements required to perform the banal actions. The strips are bent and connected to each other and also the metal grids, making out 4 spaces. The timber strips are held together by braces, nuts, and bolts. I utilize the strips to control the openings and conceal the view to create anticipation and mystery. I will now bring all of you to the climax of my presentation, a walkthrough of my journey of Dispel. First impression. Upon looking at the facade of my final design, which looks like an outer skin of the structure, a question pops out in your head. What is beyond this curtain? Which makes you ponder what is behind. Trance. As you enter out of curiosity, you see nothing but a speck of ambient glow at the top right corner, inviting you. The dead silence makes you conscious of the within, your breathing and hearing. The cubicle slowly tightens as you venture deeper and it feels threatening. Intimidated. As you reach the timber strips, it forces you into the banal action. You experience great darkness, with the light on top of your head hinting the journey. Understanding. As you climb up, light starts to interact with the material, texture, and hue. Your senses awaken and you feel a strong presence of light as you touch the wood. You maneuver between the strips by tilting your body sideways and tilting your head. Moment of dispel. The climax of this journey happens in an instant, when you reach the end of the structure and you turn around and see what is behind you. The question raised before entering is answered, and you grasp the organs of the structure for the very first time. Although there is no particular space designed for this episode, you might spend more time lingering here, taking in the vast view. Acceptance. Lastly, you settle into the lunging action and your field of vision drives away from the chaotic timber strips, representing how you are not negatively affected by the self-isolation. The large amount of headspace puts emphasis on the spaciousness and serenity as you look up to see the pattern. I'll end my presentation by saying that in my first semester, it hit me that what is important is not merely the outlook of a structure, but the process of making decisions and the reasoning behind it, which discloses the primal thoughts and values of humankind. This spell carries a relatable story and message that not only resonates with me, but also people who share the same thought while going through their self-isolation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shipei, for that wonderful
First semester.
presentation. Oops. Those were some really beautiful drawings. And before we move on to our next presenter, do save your questions if you have any for the Q&A session, which will actually come after our third speaker. And now moving on, coming from the previous semester too, we have Favory Kwan, who was guided by Miss Indrani. So come and introduce yourself, and the floor is yours, Favory.
Hey everyone, my name is Favory and I'm the representative for the previous semester too. My presentation, my project is titled Philip, and I hope you enjoy Philip as much as I did.
The following presentation will start with an introduction to the site, followed by the concept, the exploration, and the final design. From the brief, we are required to design a solitary haven of maximum 100 square meters that should accommodate ourselves and a partner. The site is located at Subang Ria Recreational Park, which houses the infamous Subang Lake. The chosen microsite is located between the lake and jogging track and features a 5-meter slope down towards the lake. The simple question would be, what is the relationship between the lake, the slope, and the jogger? So I put myself in the jogger's shoes and imagined myself jogging past the lake. It has been a stressful day at work and I just want to run my problems away. When I lift my eyes and look at the lake and its stillness, how the water glitters and reflects its surrounding context as like a mirror, there is this desire, a yearning for life to be as quiet as the lake. Longing. A longing for rest, control, and stillness, especially in these times when the world is faced with an unseen foe, the pandemic. This longing can be likened to the motion of reaching out. In this case, the jogger reaches out towards the lake, symbolizing the desire for peace. Philic, denoting an affinity or inclination towards a specific thing. In form and space, philic will be displayed through biophilia, or more specifically, hydrophilia, where the structure literally reaches out towards the lake. Most of us go for a vacation every once in a while, as a momentary escape from the busyness of life. But what happens if the very act of going outside is prohibited? The design intention is that instead of relying on momentary respite, we should learn to find rest in our everyday lives at home. These are the spaces required by the brief. Firstly, I organized the spaces into two groups based on their importance. Number 1 being the most important space, and so on. From here, I wanted to utilize the different heights of the slope to create contrast between the two floors. Following my design intention, the ground floor will represent surface level peace, which will serve to heighten the spatial experiences in the lower ground floor. Following that biophilic approach and the motion of reaching out, I started exploring the form with sketches and models, starting from sharp angles and corners to organic curves. The transition was a struggle and I made some mistakes, the most memorable one being a square plan, which is, let's just say, not ideal in expressing fluidity and movement. After some guidance, I started sketching more organically and became intrigued at the idea of living arms. It is as if the structure are extensions from the earth itself. It is also crucial that the design complements the slope. Finally, I arrive at my final design, Philic, a series of biophilic arms that extend out of the slope towards the lake. Each arm ends with a pod, which will define the spaces inside. As the user journeys through the structure, she will find out that each arm ends with a large window providing biased views to the lake. At the same time, a row of bushes obscure the view towards the structure, creating privacy. Approaching the structure, the user initially only sees the top floor. This can create an element of surprise later when she actually finds out that there is a larger floor below. The user enters the structure and first goes to the washroom to complete the necessary SOPs. She then comes out to the discussion space and walks along a series of uniform arc-shaped timber frames, leading to a window offering views of the lake from afar. Looking from a height, the user feels distant and nostalgic as she reminisces on the times before the pandemic, along with her pet dog. The uniformity of the arcs makes her feel apathetic as she makes her way to the staircase. Before moving on, allow me to narrate. At the lower ground floor, the user will be met with 3 different pods, each representing an aspect of life: the pet space, the working space, and the resting space. The question is, how can she learn to find peace in these areas? Let's move on. The user walks down a spiral staircase and arrives at the previously hidden lower ground floor. The first thing she realizes is that the structural frames have morphed from strict uniform arcs into organic, unpredictable curves. This ignites curiosity and beckons her to explore the first space, the pet space. As the user walks into the space, bright morning sun rays cast beams of light into the space, filling the space with warmth as she looks at her dog, sound asleep on its bed. The user soon discovers a dog door leading out towards a narrow walkway. Through this pet circulation, her dog will be able to access the other spaces. This is intended to improve the user-pet relationship by involving the pet in its owner's everyday activities, be it work or rest time. In this space, the user learns the joy of companionship in times of isolation. The user then continues her journey to the second pod, the working space. Here, sunlight rays are partially filtered by a row of balusters lining the pet circulation path from before. The view of the lake is partially obstructed by the stern straight lines of the metal balustrade, and the space is dimmer than before. This provides an atmosphere of quiet focus. Here, the user learns the importance of being present and focused on the task at hand. To not be lazy, especially when staying at home for the whole day. Finally, the user arrives at the final space, the resting space. The user is momentarily stunned upon entry, as the space is flooded with light. It is the brightest space in the whole structure that features the most organic curves. The place of rest is a bed made out of the structural timber frame itself. It is unusual, and this prompts the user to challenge her knowledge of what a bed should actually be like. The unpredictable curves and the abnormal bed allows the user to learn to embrace this equilibrium and change. Through the spaces, the user learns that it is possible to find rest even in the midst of chaos and uncertain times. With this revelation, she looks to the horizon above the lake, with a heart full of hope for the future. Some principles have been applied to enhance the spatial experiences. Firstly, the principle of hierarchy, where the resting space occupies the largest volume of space, signifying that rest is most important, especially in a world that is changing so rapidly. The principle of movement is also applied, where the timber frames morph from rigidity at the ground floor to fluidity at the lower ground floor. These two principles applied produces a stark contrast between the two floors. The user also experiences the play of light and shadow, where during the sunrise, the sun rays are partially blocked by the timber frames, casting linear shadows along the axis of the main circulation path. Linear shadows are also found during the sunset, where the sun rays are blocked by the metal balustrade. As the sun sets, the shadows grow longer and paints the space with stripes of light. And that concludes my presentation for Philip. If there was one lesson that I have learned from this project and from what was said during the final crit, is that I should explore more and be more bold, expressive, and clear in translating my conceptual abstract ideas into forms. There is still so much to grasp and to learn, and I look forward to the future. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Favory, for such an interesting presentation. And as for our third speaker of the day, representing the previous semester 3, we have our returning future thinker, Philip Yap, with his project guided by AR Teo Wei Kiet. So, hi, Philip. Would you like to briefly introduce yourself and the project?
Hi everyone. My name is Philip from semester 3. So we did a memory repository center as our final project last semester, and I was guided by my tutor, Mr. Wigate, and we had fun. So let's dive into it. Thanks a lot.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming to this presentation. My name is Philip, and I would like to present my Studio 3 final project under the tutorship of Mr. Wickett, The Interval, reflecting to the hugging spirit of the people. The aim of this assignment is to create a memory repository center expressing the genius loci of Kampong Baru Rasa through the responses of site topography, history, and social-cultural events. So I'd like to first introduce our microsite Kampong Baru Rasa. It is located at the border between Tanjung Malim Perak and Rawang Selangor, connected through the main street of Jalan Kuala Kali, forming a lane of high-speed foreign vehicles to cross over the town. But the vehicles that drive past do not normally stop by. So having that said, Kampong Baru Rasa is gradually becoming an abandoned town in spite of its unforgettable social memories of its prosperous tin mining industry, mass killing during the Japanese colonization, and their caged life under the British Darurat movement. Looking into the silence of town, at first I thought Rasa was just another Chinese resettlement town with a peaceful, slow-paced lifestyle and merely somebody on the street after the busyness of wet market in the morning. It was until I sneaked across the gap between shop houses, directly cut into those unorganized settlements, I found their land. I walked through the shortcut that was walked, not paved, the garden that was hogged, not even owned, the playground with just a ground, and some other interesting hog land to pile up with the construction leftovers they found that they used to hog other spaces around their neighborhood. So one similarity that I found in these spaces is that these spaces are not designed, but the locals use them. All of them are located in the intervals, cryptic corners between the unorganized settlements, and they actually links become shortcut, forming a landscape that they will see every day on their way to the pasar. So it was from there I found their hogging spirit, their subsequent habit to privately own public spaces, give purpose to the spaces, and these are the spaces that have been marking their collective memory since the doomsday until today. So here my design intention is to portray the hogging spirit of Rasa as the reflection of their doomsday, to rewind the relationship between the past and the present, And my design concept here is to recreate the interval gaps for the natural occupation of spaces as the projected view from the sensorial journey that we've their past. Now, site context. My microsite is located at the corner land of the shophouses along Jalan Kuala Kali, with an existing wanton-mee store located under the temporary structure. And this site is actually located between the residential area and shophouses in town, forming a routine journey of locals to the pasar every day. So one interesting habit that I found is that the people actually have this gathering spot beside the abandoned Chinese primary school, and they like to do nothing there, just daydreaming. So here, the four main key elements and their responses from the sites are adjacent 3-story tall building, shade, existing tree nodes, expand, landmark that mark the entry point of the structure, and a shortcut to provide a shaded alley from the residential area, joining to the 5-foot way of shophouses, then to the pasar. Formal configuration. Breakdown of masses and juxtaposition of grid to create leftover spaces as gaps. Then, the ground retain the present and the first floor reflect the past. Meandering of interior depth to create specific sensorial journey in the past. Lastly, control permeability to reflect the present hogging spirit on the ground floor. Spatial configuration. I configured exhibition and gallery spaces into 3 main spatial experiences: prosper in the tin mining, hiding under Japanese killing, and the cage life during British Darurat movement. To copy the metallic visual pattern as the pride of the people, experience the footsteps over shoe structure, and witness the metallic construction expression of the locals in modifying their hog spaces after the cognitive influence of their history. So converting section into a 3-dimensional volume, a concentric circulation is proposed to direct a visual focus into the bottom storage space where they like to hoard their stuff. Terminated circulation to experience the hiding scenes on top, relating to the current shortcut being used by the locals below. And the refuge space where all planes are permeable but not crossable, to pause the journey, picture into the view outside the internal volume in all directions, to witness the occupation of interval gaps around the settlements, forming a hogging process of hoarding, crossing over, and occupying. While producing the section, the entire solid is lifted up, leaving an ample amount of void on the ground, dividing the past and present. The activity of interval spaces below are dedicated specifically reflecting back to the subsequent behavior of past to illustrate the formative process of hoarding, crossing over, and occupying spaces as mentioned that present the hogging spirit that was subconsciously inherited until today. While the architectural language I use is just how they use to express the hog-in spaces around their neighborhood. Extended beams to create implied boundary for them to hog in, and hoarded construction infills to form physical boundaries, walls, and roofs if they feel need to. Now, let me walk you through the sensorial journey. But before that, I would like to introduce my strategies in planning the transitional spaces. So you first pass through this axis to intersect with the existing shortcut, introduce view into the hog-in spaces. Then, an isolated journey to walk user through the past to recall the present through openings. Lastly, you will leave the structure above the shortcut axis, passing through all spaces that you have been to reflect the hogging spirit inside out. So approaching to the side, you will see this building looking still under construction. Comparing to the shop house beside, it looks like a budgeted extension, just like how the locals would modify the unused gap between the houses. The journey kickstarts through a straight axis, leading user from the entry point directly to the back part of the building. Experiencing the wanton-mee store without proper setting, seeing the uncles stopping by to start their daydreaming, auntie would take shortcut from houses to the pasar, and some of them would have started to busy with their plantings at any plot of land they claim it theirs. And there will be corners piled up with construction leftovers that become their workshop. If you find it useful, you can take it home. Then you will be led to this upward steel ramp, entering a machine-like structure, remeasuring the time back into the 90s centuries, prosperity in the tin mining. The wash-like leak into the long ramp narrates their faith in prosperity that wasn't shared to the locals either. Spiraling across the intrinsic sculpting of pewter, the strong light of oak shine upon the hog possession that pile up from the bottom. I purposely project this space into their storage ground to present their expression of material they use in their hog spaces, reflecting back to the metallic language that they perceive from the past, they get used to during the tin mining work life. 1940, Japanese invaded. The darkness took over, leaving the only light source come from the bottom. They speculate every possible direction of Japanese force. Every alleys that they choose to hide decide their life and death. Moving shadows from the foyer and the sound of walking steps that come from the steel bridge below evoke the fear of Japanese approaching, breaking into the houses just to kill. When you look into the bottom light source, you would see the shortcuts you passed by before you came in, picturing their fleeing by using the shortcut that used to protect them. This space is made up of entirely corrugated metal. Every sound you make resembles the sound they hear when they hide, and these gaps are the only way they connect with the outside. 1949, British colonial declared Malayan emergence. The freedom you see at the outside, below you, all sides of yours still do not belong to you. For them, being the survivor of Japanese killing wasn't something to be celebrated. The houses that used to protect them now became their jail. Under the strict supervision of Darurat for 10 years, they learned to gather in these interval spaces, gave life to them, and these are the spaces that have been marking their memory since then. 1960, the cage was open, but now the people refuse to go out. I would like to end this journey with the memorial of Chinese sacrificials across the Rasa White Bridge. It is placed above the existing shortcut, across the exits of all spaces that you have walked into, and views in the hot-in spaces around it. To recall the sensorial experience in the past, reflecting to the current subsequent behavior in the present, the hugging spirit. When you get out of the structure, you will be discharged into the destination of their daydreaming spot, close enough to their refuge, camouflaged under the trees. Views to the primary school and Rasa town best describe their definition of refuge and prospect. To me, the dwellers of Rasa do not need a new cafe or neither any new structure to gather like how we live. They would rather to have interval spaces to discharge, and they will build if they want to. They enjoy the life of being camouflaged while leaving some gaps to see, to still hear the surrounding, to get bumped into by their old friends, to persuade their existence in Rasa. And my goal of this project is to let them to stay a little longer in the structure, to enjoy the hot landscape that they created themselves, knowing that their destination is always back home. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Philip, for that beautiful presentation. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it's now the Q&A session. We have 10 minutes, so do ask our presenters any questions regarding their project. You can feel free to unmute yourself to voice out your question or comment in the chat room and we'll read the question out for you. So, I think while we wait for the questions to come in, I see some of their tutors already online, so maybe we can just invite them and see whether they have anything to say about their students' work and the process. So there's AR Choksume, Miss Indrani, and also AR Tiowekiet. We see you guys' names in the participants list. So maybe you want to say a little bit about your own students and their works, maybe about the process and how was it, etc., etc. Should I just call? Okay. Mr. Waket, are you online? Are you here with us? Yeah. Oh, you're muted, sir. Okay.
Afternoon. I thought I'd go with a green theme today. What should I say? No, Philip has been great. And the best things with Philip is that he argues with me and he argues convincingly. So sometimes it's not about what the tutor wants, but what you like to express. And tutor's job is to help to let you get to where you want to be, I guess. All right. So yeah, I think we had a lot of arguments, not to say arguments, debates and discussions. and I find those things beneficial to myself as well. So to challenge how I see things, and yeah, so it has been exciting debating and discuss with Phillips, and he thinks a lot. And when I say a lot, I really mean a lot. Yeah, congratulations, Philip, and well done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Maybe we also want to invite AR Sume to say something about maybe Shipei's work.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Hi.
This is Sume. Shipei, okay. I think we had a lot of fun during tutorial session, and I think we talked a lot about food too during tutorial session. So for Shipei's case is that I think I throw her a lot of questions all the time, and she somehow will actually analyze those questions and will come back with better suggestions from my questions. Yeah, and I think she progressed, I would say consistently every week. Yeah, every week with new models. And looking at the final model, it's not an easy sketch model too, yeah, because there are a lot of strips. We call it the pan min strips, yeah. There are plenty for her to stick on every week, yeah. So she put in a lot of effort. Yeah, maybe Shipei, you can share your experience, right? Your online tutorial experience to our juniors here, because a lot of our juniors here, some of them are going online, some of them are going face-to-face. Maybe you can share your experience, what you have been through during the online session, because we had hybrid also last semester, yeah, right? Yeah, but good job. Keep up the good work, Shipei. All right.
Yeah, thank you, Miss.
Thank you,
I think
Miss.
that like for online class, it was definitely, I would say, worse, not to say worse, but not as active as the face-to-face, but we could like take initiative to open our cameras if the tutor has their camera open, just to make the class fun. Because for my tutorial group, I remember there's a lot of people opening their cameras, and that actually made the situation a tiny bit better lah.
So you advise your juniors to must on camera lah, right?
Must on cam.
Yeah. Okay. We have a question for Shipei. Okay, so how do you think the choice of materiality reflects on the emotions of the space? Do you think any other materials could have also achieved the same effect? Would you like to answer this question from Pang Xuan?
The material that I chose is timber and steel. And for timber, I chose it mainly because of its properties. Like, because timber, I can like bend it, and it also kind of evokes the sense of comfort, which is discussed in the end of my experience. And because the first part of my experience, I didn't want it to be comfortable for the user. So I kind of concealed the comfort properties of the timber by not letting a lot of light in the space. So when the user is in the space, they cannot actually see the texture or like the color of the timber. So I guess that like effectively hides the comfort of it. And for steel, it's mainly to hold up the timber structure. And if you ask if there's any other materials that I could have used, I think there is, but in terms of the effectiveness of presenting the emotions, I feel like for timber and steel is the best choice for me.
Thank you, Shipei. Okay, we have another question here for Philip from Singi. So, hi Philip, very good presentation. I have a question here. Do you think your center would attract the younger generation to visit, and how your visitor center could attract them? Whether the younger generation is part of your target users of the visitor center. Yeah.
All right, I think that's a very good question. I'll try to have a moment to think about this question.
Sure, sure.
Is that okay?
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, that's a very good
Maybe,
question.
yeah. All right. I'll give you a minute or two. Then maybe for Favory, like, would you like to tell us how was your transition from maybe semester 1 to semester 2? Yeah, how was the experience? Was the transition smooth?
For me, it wasn't smooth. I feel like from semester 1, it's been really, uh, really a process, something to just look back on and learn from over and over again. I feel, to those who have seen me in semester 1, I have like, it was bad to the point that I did not finish my project on time, and I just left like half the board blank. So it's been like this. I would say I struggle with like I guess most of us maybe at one point we struggled with perfectionism, and that has led to like idleness. I guess yeah, that perfectionism has like it's like this downward spiral that just keeps you idle somehow. It's like it's too hard to start doing something. Yeah, so I feel like after semester 1 and all that has happened, I feel like semester 2 is really my first step in overcoming this problem. Yeah, and I'm still learning, and yeah, but really proud of what I managed to achieve in semester 2. Yeah, so to my juniors or anyone who's struggling with the same thing, I suggest that you adopt a just do it mentality, because yeah, better do something even if it's bad than just sit and do nothing.
I think while we're at it, right, because it's also the first semester where you have to physically deal with a real site, right?
Oh yes.
Were you able to visit the site?
No, actually, we had to rely fully on the information that our seniors got from the semester. So they compiled everything in like Google Slides. So yeah, we have to rely completely on that. So yeah.
So one of our questions is following this lah. It asks, how challenging was it actually to not be able to physically visit the site as your first project? Yeah, having to design towards this actual site lah. How
So,
challenging was it?
Actually, we encountered some problems in that we don't know the actual measurements of the site. So we have to estimate and go on Google Earth and go into Street View and like really estimate the height of the slope and like the species of the trees for the other sides. And it's been a bit complicated, but I feel like for my project where the concept is like a jogger looking towards a lake, that is how to say, like I've experienced that personally before, like in my hometown. So I feel like in a sense it's for my project it's not really hard to imagine myself being there. Yeah, I guess it's just the measurement parts and some very specific details of the site that we sort of missed out on.
That's good. I mean, you guys also have like the freedom to pick your approach, right? Where you wanted to go with your design. Yeah.
Yes.
So thank you for answering that question. So maybe we end with the question which was thrown to Philip. Philip, you ready to answer?
Yeah. Right. So, first of all, thank you, Singi, for the questions. And okay, so So I think the structure that to answer the question, right, the structure that I'm trying to create is actually not trying to attract young people, I would say. I think because there are in that side, right, there are so many other hotspots that they were intentionally trying to attract to accommodate the this kind of like social engagement with the people. But I think instead of doing that, the intention of this structure is trying to a bit more toward revealing the local expression of the people, like how do the people over there they communicate, how do they behave, and then try to reveal their genius loci back into their history, their collective history that was influencing them until today. Yeah, I think that is my approach. Like, yeah. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah. Okay, so Cindy, hope that answers the question. I think I would agree lah, because it's mainly full of locals there, so it's a choice to kind of focus on this demographics, right? So I think we sum this up for our first Q&A session, and thank you for everyone who participated along with our speakers. So the next Q&A will come after our upcoming lineup, which welcomes two other returning future thinkers. And before we introduce them, do once again save your questions because the next Q&A will be coming soon. Okay, so without further ado, let's welcome the representative from the previous semester 4 studio, Yeshadan, tutored by Mr. Nazmi. So hi Yesh.
Hi everyone. Thank you, Erin. So I'm Yash, currently in semester 5. Firstly, I'd like to thank my tutor, Mr. Nazmi, who has been an inspiring advisor in this project. I would like to share my semester 4 community center proposal. So please come and join me in this journey of a kilt of cultures. Thank you.
In the words of David Homegrown, permaculture, which comes from permanent agriculture, makes local communities self-reliant from the industrialized political economy that is responsible for much of the ecological damage on Earth. There exists a community garden called the Kebun community of USJ2 in Subang Jaya, Selangor. Started by a few green thumbs, now with 14 members in the Kebun community membership. It is an earnest urban farming community, yet sprouting very slowly in the USJ2 community. Situated on a hilltop, the efforts remain detached with the macro site. Thus, the project attempts to envision how this Kebun community would become a thriving community through time. Welcome everyone, my name is Yash. This community gardening center is entitled A Kilt of Cultures, tutored by Mr. Nazmi, a proposal for USG2 built from the ground up. The design brief objective is to bring the community together in the spirit of urban farming, within 900 square meters of spaces including planting, crop selling, community cooking, and the like. This presentation will follow with 5 parts, beginning with the interpretation of the site and brief. The building site, which is adjacent to the Kebun community, is placed in the heart of the housing area. Issues of accessibility and community disinterest pose a challenge to the self-sustainability visions that the community had ardently spoken about, especially Mr. Effendi and Miss Katrina. The initial question I asked was what would be the relationship of a community gardening center and the future sustainability of the community. The question evolved as the potential was seen between the existing proactive communal entities. Hence, it became a vision where the Rukun Tetangga, the Kebun community, and the NPSJ representative could play an integrative role in envisioning such long-term community aspirations. The idea was to strategize community programs to make the park microsite a magnet for interpreted user groups of USJ2, including the experienced users of the park, the committed users of the park, the casual users of the park, the special users, and most crucially, the disinterested ones. With this, the proposal intended to challenge the notion of a building plotted in time and bring about a community-driven project for the entire park, aiming to create an architecture by the community, regenerating the ecosystem. The conceptual master plan. A kilt of cultures was conceptualized as 3 phases of cultivation. Phase 1 on the site cultivation, Phase 2 on non-building, and finally Phase 3 on building. 8 types of cultures were studied to be integrated over time to achieve a holistic scheme, namely community culture, terra culture, park culture, hydroculture, agriculture, tectonic culture, circular culture, and horticulture. Later on that, the bamboo life cycle was researched as a temporal and spatial strategy. During bamboo growth, 4 stages of site nourishment, sapling procurement, sapling planting, as well as maintenance and safety would follow with 4 bamboo processing stages of harvesting, preparation, treatment, and purposing, to which bamboo enclosures will be built in 3 stages of crafting, tectonics, and waste management, culminating with composting through disassembly and culture, thus repeating in a circular economy of cradle to grave. The progression towards forming the center. The development of the project employs 2 bamboo life cycles for the period of 3 phases, initiating with a pre-bamboo life cycle where the community and microsite is prepared, followed by bamboo life cycle part 1 covering bamboo growth and preliminary soil structures, subsequently with bamboo processing and production of bamboo elements in part 2, while in the second life cycle, bamboo is processed for bamboo enclosures. In phase 1, 9 stages are proposed from community culture to 3 stages of terra cultures, followed by 3 park cultures, hydro, and community again. The existing site. Preparation of site. Raised culture grids. Improved circulation. Soil cover texture. Palm circulation edges. Park nodes and elements. Water bodies. And community plinth. Next, in phase 2, part 1, 5 cultures take place. Bamboo plantation, palm plantation, Kabun community membership, soil waste to columns, and multi-waste recycling center, while continuing another 5 cultures in part 2. Bamboo processing center, first bamboo structure, ground floor bamboo elements, Kabun Community Associate Program, and bamboo roof platforms. Bringing us to phase 3, where 7 cultures conclude the progression by the community. Bamboo maturing, Kabun Community Partnership Program Stage 1, Stage 2, Stage 3, and Stage 4, Rooftop Lay-up Deck, Tectonic Culture Summary, and a Kilt of Cultures complete. Daily life at the center. As the center is envisioned to be formed now, the integration of the community programs are in motion. The existing Kabun Community Membership Program still continues at the periphery of the center, albeit now expanded, while the Kabun Community Associate and Partnership Programs have been in progress too. The KKM office in this light functions to oversee operations of the center, composed of experienced members of the Kabun community, Rukun Tetangga, and MPSA representative. While the KK associates functioning under the management carry out ground floor activities, including community food programs that reach out specifically to the casual and special user groups of the park. Meanwhile, the KK partners function to set up their own rooms where they are encouraged to explore horticulture as a way of engaging their aforementioned disinterested user group. Integrated into the community's daily life, the center's ground floor functions with 4 key zones centered around the community plinth and placed amongst the plantation grid. A hierarchy of 5 entry points is connected from the microsite through OKU-friendly circulation ramps, shown in red, bringing users to the crop zone, goat zone, recycling zone, and craft zone. Meanwhile, the above-ground split-level rooms are now fully occupied, including the KKM room, children's nursery room, various horticulture rooms, and a petrol club room, all connected by OKU-friendly bamboo ramps. And so, The community now welcomes you into their center, starting your visitor journey. After taking a stroll up the hill, you arrive at the visitor entrance, intentionally placed at the back, for a visceral experience of this living center. You continue inwards, arriving in between the craft and recycling zone, where the cross ventilation brings the smell of compost stations and pygmy goat farm towards you as you walk leftwards. Towards the crop zone, you come across a food fiesta, realizing Eid al-Fitr had just passed, yet seeing much of the celebration still remained with organically grown ulam raja and more. Wondering how fresh looking they are, you continue on and arrive at the veggies and fruits grown to permaculture practices that ensure a sustainable supply for future generations. Making your way towards the center, Miss Katrina greets you as you enter the community plinth, a cooling place for the hardworking community to relax from the tropical sun. The space you were in was the initial base for community brainstorms, workshops, and training in the early phases of the progression. Details of the bamboo girder trusses using steel jute joineries allow the community to assemble and disassemble them with ease. Moving upwards through ramps, you pass through a sequential journey of rooms that conduct various types of horticultural experiments before trajectorying through these spatial frames, experiencing different spatial qualities required to suit diverse activities, enticing you to make your way to the top. These diverse activities, such as the Petrol Club room, is specialized to the assembly system, basing on a standard system for the roof, for the facade, furniture, and platforms of bamboo, as well as bamboo beams, compressed earth brick columns, and other bamboo elements. Tectonic details reveal the tactile quality of the bamboo materiality as you walk across the bamboo woven finish. Having passed all the rooms, you finally reach the rooftop space, where the community of all ages lepak under the sun that sets on their community creation here in USJ2 Kebun Community. Conclusion. So coming back to the initial question, what would be the relationship of the USJ2 Kebun Community and the future sustainability of the community? In essence, a kilt of cultures attempts to challenge the notion of community architecture limited to a building, and instead as a cumulative blueprint for the community and possibly by the community that could hopefully lead to a larger regenerative urban living in time to come, conceptually bringing the USJ2 community to new heights. Thank you.
Thank you, Yash, for such an impressive presentation. And next up, I'll be welcoming and passing the floor to our representative of the previous semester 5, Brian Wong Hao Lam, who was tutored by Ms. Hanani. So let's welcome him.
Hi, thank you, Erin. My name is Wong Hao Nam. And first of all, I'd like to say a big thank you to Dr. Suchi and as well as Ms. Nani, who has taught me a lot and guided me so much throughout this semester. And also my friends who have supported me and given me so many ideas. I hope you enjoy my project. Thank you very much.
My name is Wong Hao Nam, and I'll be presenting my Semester 5 final works, The Urban Oasis, which is a community centre located in Klang. In the design brief, you were told to design a community centre and a public space, 700 square meters and 1,300 square meters respectively. This is the bird's eye view of the finalized design, the public space on the left and the community building on the right. Now, let's talk a little bit about the history of Klang. Klang used to be the 12th busiest port in the world, and due to business opportunities, people began to reside in the area. In 1970, the Japanese occupied Klang, and after the occupation, property prices dropped by half. Lots of offices and hotels were constructed, as well as privatization of land. This resulted in the decreased legibility of Klang itself. Let's take a look at how this affected the urban form. Back then, shophouses used to have L-shaped pocket yards facing the back alley. But in the current state, as offices and hotels are constructed, the existence of the backyard is starting to deteriorate. If you refer to the section below, activities and businesses are held in the back alley, but in the current state, it has turned into tall, monotonous lanes filled with car parks with very low permeability to the front street. Thus, the activities in the back alley is slowly deteriorating. This is the current view of the back alley, showing very minimal activities on the site. Now, let's zoom in a little bit more into the site. On the left is Jalan Tengku Kelana Bridge. The blue colour line indicates a spiralling vehicular journey into the site. And on the south is Little India and the main road, Jalan Tengku Daudi. I saw this as an opportunity to design the rear entrance entering into Site B. Upon visiting the site, these were some of my personal impressions. The site was filled with irrelevant activities like offices, hotels and car parks. There was this lack of human activity resulting in the underutilization of spaces. So, the immediate response was to design a catalyst that will kickstart Jalan Station 1. Situated within constantly growing urban blocks, a low-rise green public space will form a contrast and stand out. So the idea was that the design is focused on the public space as a landmark and the community centre as a continuation of the public space. The second response was to design a catalyst to preserve, revive, and highlight the existing features and activities on the site. This includes the 2 existing fig trees situated within the public space. Here are some of the existing activities on the site: the Bak Kut Teh store, the outdoor food store, and the TCM. Besides taking into consideration the spatial needs, I also looked into the colour palette and material finishes. For the Bak Kut Teh and TCM, I used yellow paint for wall finishes and mosaic tiles for floor finishes. These are some of the user groups on the site: the local elderlies, the workers, the students, and the tourists. These are the proposed spatial typologies for each user group. For the local elderlies and residents that enjoy shady areas, so I wanted to provide them a place to eat, to chat with their friends, and also places of business opportunity. For the workers, a place of peace and privacy. For students, a place where they can have fun, like a playscape integrated with interactive learning. And for tourists, Instagrammable spots to take photo and enjoy local food. The design was initiated by generating grids on the site. The grids are aligned based on neighbouring party walls and columns. As you can see, the 2 existing fig trees are marked out on the plan to ensure that they're kept till the end of the design. On the right, I started marking out paths based on movement pattern. Paths coming from the bridge, from the rear, from the front, from the alleyways, and from the 5-foot walkway. Next, I started generating programs based on the user group. The urban lobby, the outdoor food store, and the Bak Kut Teh is pushed to the front. The playscape and TCM is pushed to the back. This ensures that both the front and the back is constantly active throughout the day. Resting spots are also across the site to ensure the user pause and enjoy the space. Here are some of the site responses to preserve and protect the existing tree while engaging around it, to provide sufficient shading to promote outdoor spaces, and the continuation of path and animating the edges. On the plan view, I wanted to continue the 5-foot walkway from the neighbouring block to protrude and highlight the front portion of the community building on the ground floor. Third, to bring people in and out from Little India and from the bridge. And lastly, to animate building edges. Here are some of the message strategies. I tapered the mesh towards Little India. This embraces and highlight the existing node on the site. Next, I wanted to imitate the L-shaped pocket yards. This results in a cascading form, forming a vertical sprawl of yards on the elevation. Thirdly, to design a facade that reaches out. So I did a precision study on Dorshala Resort, where they had horizontal aluminium planes that can deliver 3 to 4 meters away from the structural slab. This allows activities to be held outdoors without being affected by the weather. And lastly, is to design a community centre that is permeable so the users can get a clear, panoramic view of climbing within the building. Here are some of the massive models done in week 7, showing the cascading form, cantilever roof, and the response to the movement pattern. This is the rear view from Little India, showing the facade that reaches out, creating a welcoming atmosphere within the back alley. On the front elevation, the design was approached by generating grids on the site. I wanted to imitate the rhythm and proportion on the neighbouring building and applying it onto my front facade. There is also integration of operatable windows like casement windows, top-hung windows, and sliding windows, as well as louvered panels to create an active facade. Certain portions of the building is framed by clear glass, like the book cafe and the maker space, to showcase the activities within. On the side elevation, I wanted to show human movement pattern and the vertical sprawl of terraces. The facade is made out of a series of doors, like double glass doors, pivot doors that opens out to the terraces, creating a welcoming entrance into the building. On the rear elevation, the openings are smaller as compared to the side and the front elevation, incoherent to the neighbouring block. There are also lots of plantings of the facade to signify human activity in the back alley. On the long section, you can see the cascading terraces integrated with planter boxes. The central void is made up of a series of curved panels that amplify the community kitchen held on the ground floor. This is a short section cutting across the public space, building, and the hotel next door, showing the cascading mass of the community building towards the public space. This is the exploded isometric view of the building, and on the ground floor, there are two drop-off points, one on the front and one on the rear. I wanted to continue the 5-foot walkway of the neighbouring block to create a smooth transition from the old to the new. There is a path that intersects through the community building to the public park. On the rear, there's a welcoming entrance from Little India and a staircase that brings the user up and into the building. I also wanted to preserve the existing outdoor brick pavement and extend it into the covered veranda as well as into the public park. This ensures a smooth transition from the old to the new, from the outside to the inside. Within the community building, the front portion is the Tekte Pakute serving counter, followed by the dining area, which is integrated with the community kitchen, and in the rear is the TCM stall. In the public space, there's an exhibition deck, followed by a playscape that shelters the outdoor food store held below, and multiple resting areas that are scattered across the site to allow users to pause and enjoy the site. This is the front view of the building, showing a smooth transition from the neighbouring 5-foot walkway into the building. This is a side view, showing the path that intersects through the building to the public park. Public space view, those are the two existing trees I wanted to preserve, protect, and engage activities around. This is the view of the cascading seatings, the view of the elevated deck where performances and exhibitions can be held around the existing tree, the view of the Pakute store, and a view of the shaded outdoor food store that's held below the playscape. The first floor is mainly a showcasing area. The central portion is made of the exhibition and a walkthrough gallery, and in the front portion there's maker space as well as spillovers in the outdoors. And on the rear, it's a tea and wine tasting area that's separated by a resting lounge. This is the view of the tea and wine tasting area that's integrated with the traditional Chinese medicine store on the ground floor. And this is the outdoor viewing deck, framing the view of a tree that was planted by the neighbouring building to create a visual connection within the back alley. On the second floor, it's a learning area targeting the youth. In the front is a mini farm, followed by a planting and craft workshop and a playing room. Both of the spaces are separated by a bifold door, and the sizes of space doubles up as the bifold door is open. And in the rear is the reading area. There are wide terraces and corridors to promote activities to be held outdoors on this floor. This is the view of the planting workshop and a mini farm to encourage youth to participate in planting and to learn about craft making taught by local craftsmen. And on the third floor is mainly a book cafe with a very wide terrace. Here's the view of the book cafe. It's a cozy area where tourists and workers can enjoy light snacks while reading on planting, hobbylogy, and other materials. And lastly, the rooftop, which is a viewing deck integrated with gardening where barbecue and parties can be held during the night. Now, let's talk about some technical details. In the picture on the left, you can see the integration of seatings with planter boxes. There are several layers of plantings that allow different levels of use of the plant. This creates an interesting user experience on the terraces. To the cantilever roof detail, the roof is structurally supported by a castellated T-beam that is anchored onto the bubble deck. There's a layer of acrylic glass that's sandwiched in between the T-beam and the aluminium louvered screen. This allows reflected daylight to pass through the roof without allowing rain to enter into the terraces. On the left is a planter detail, which is a beam that runs across the top of the void, carrying planter boxes, and the parapet walls are made out of vent blocks to allow step ventilation to occur. And on the right is a void panel detail showing a series of curved panels made of timber louvered blades that's anchored onto the bubble deck using steel channels. This gives a warm ambience within the building. The interior walls as well as the ceilings are finished with lime plaster to imitate the existing usage of yellow paint in the Pakute and TCM store. This gives a welcoming and familiar texture to the interior spaces. And that is all from me. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Brian, for such a detailed presentation. So that concludes our second year degree presenters. And ladies and gentlemen, it's now once again the Q&A session. So we have 10 minutes. Again, feel free to ask our presenters any questions regarding their impressive projects. And similar as before, feel free to unmute yourself, or if you're shy, you can type out your questions in the chat box and we'll read the question out for you. So let's take a look. Okay. Okay, I think will wait for the questions to come in. And I think I saw Mr. Nazmi's name in the participants list. So maybe Mr. Nazmi, you want to say a word or two to Yesh and maybe about his project, how the process was?
Hello, hi, Yesh. The project was okay, wasn't it? It was okay. No, I think that, I mean, let's say in our marking sheet for Studio 4, we have this category called pushing design boundaries. And I feel that project has just pushed the boundary way into the ocean and has gone somewhere else. I think in terms of the process of that project, I was kind of just trying my best to stay out of Yesh's way, to kind of allow him to do what he wants. I think it's a very, very exemplary project. I teach in both the degree and the master's program, and I go and look at master students' work from other schools in Malaysia. And I think that project is very special because it is kind of, on one hand, a very personal project. And on the other hand, I feel that the amount of detail that has gone into the project, let's say from the stage of research up to the kind of, I mean, I remember we had a discussion on the how do you plan things and like farming strategies up to like, oh, how big should your nut and bolts be and how do you fix this to that. So I think it was a kind of a very detailed process, very impressive, to the extent that one of my friend who is kind of a partner in one of his offices in KL, who came for the review, texted me during the review and he was like, are you sure this is not a thesis project? And I think that is a huge compliment. I feel that in a way, the amount of work, the depth of study, it was as if he had done a thesis project in like one semester, in like 6 weeks, like how to do a thesis project in 6 weeks. I mean, some people struggle to do a thesis project in a year, right? And yeah, I mean, I don't have anything else to say about that project. It's like I've taught for some years now, and we see kind of a lot of projects, and some projects you remember, some projects you don't. This one I'll definitely remember for a long time. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I think all compliments go to all the references and all the great masters that have come my way, including you, Mr. Nasmi. So thank you very much to everyone.
Yeah, I think while we were doing the preparation for Future Thinkers, we were also like, wow, to sum his presentation into 10 minutes is really, yeah, it was so hard. But yeah, I think he manages to blow us away every time. And okay, we have some questions for Yesh. So how do you tackle the brief, or where do you get your inspiration from? From Choi Yin.
I'm not sure if this question is addressed. Thank you for the question, by the way. I'm not sure if this is general how I approach it, or particularly for this project, but maybe I'll try to approach it from this project in particular. I think it started off, I mean, in terms of where the inspiration kind of came about was, I think, early on in the semester, and discussions that we had, and kind of the lectures and the whole tutorial environment with the tutors in somehow it wasn't kind of limiting the discussion always to what a center looks like, what this community center must be. And in a way that led to possibly these other researchers that kind of led into expansions, maybe in the realm of what does landscape mean, and what is the function of a park. But then I think pushing the brief in the context of, let's say, farming, which is all about trying to create a sustainable lifestyle in some sense. So with also the other modules that I took in this semester, like I think like sustainable living and things like that. I think together it has kind of maybe given me a wider approach to perhaps this idea of approaching the center and let's say the brief for community gardening center maybe from a slightly different angle, perhaps. So from maybe this idea of kind of phasing approach. Yeah. So I think it's through this process of let's say not let's say focusing too much on what the center must be at the start. Yep. So I think that will be my answer for that. Yeah, thank you.
And I think I can add to that question because the question is about brief, right? And I would like to say that in a way, because what Yash was doing in the project was kind of in a way going beyond the kind of brief, right? And I think, but the work that he did and the way that he has managed to kind of make instead of just a building to have made a kind of to look at the whole park has actually inspired the expanded brief of semester 4 for this semester. So you imagine that the students' work has now kind of inspired me to kind of expand the brief. So I think that has never happened to me before. That's very rare that happens. You know.
Well, thank you, Yash and Mr. Nazmi, for that very detailed answer. And I'm sure everyone here is inspired by his work. And I think we'll end it with one more question for Brian. By It's from Jiakwan. So have you considered the maintenance of the plants in your community center? What about the condition during rainy days?
I think I'll answer the rainy days first because if you actually pay attention or refer to the detail section, I actually discussed this a lot of times with Ms. Nani as to how I can keep the terrace rain-proof and so then the users can use it even during the rainy days. So she actually proposed to have like a layer of acrylic that's in between the T-beam and the aluminium panels. So this layer of acrylic is actually waterproof and there's a gap to allow water to run through. So this keeps the building waterproof during rainy days. And for the second question is regarding the planter boxes. For the planter boxes, right, there are actually several ways to actually keep it well maintained. First of all, as for the planter boxes, they're all approachable from the terraces, so they can be watered daily by the users. Secondly is when we're talking about maintenance and planter boxes, we are worried about mosquitoes. So one solution to do this is to actually use very fine soil. And so it actually doesn't trap water and allows and prevents clogging. So mosquitoes don't breed on inside the planter boxes. So I think those are some of the solutions for maintaining plants in your building.
Yeah, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Yeah, so like Jesse mentioned in the chat, we have to follow quite a strict timeline. So you guys can just continue dropping questions and maybe our speakers could answer them in the chat box because we have another question in the chat for Brian. So maybe Brian, you will answer that in the chat. And okay, so that concludes our Q&A. Thank you everyone again for participating. And now we move on to our 5-minute intermission before we have our guest speaker, ADP students, and master presentations coming up. So let's invite the representatives from the graduating batch, Ryan and Ao Xiong, who will be promoting this year's graduate exhibition. So hi guys, the floor is yours.
Hi, Erin. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Hello.
Okay, give me a sec. Let me share my screen. All right. You guys see my screen?
Yes, you can.
Okay, awesome. All right, so good afternoon, everyone. First up, thank you to the organizing committee for Future Thinkers 10. It was really interesting, and yeah, thank you for having us here today. So many amazing students' works just now. And of course, a happy Malaysia Day to everyone as well. All right, so to introduce ourselves, I'm Ryan. Joining together with me is Ao Xiong. And we are the co-leaders and the representatives of this semester's Architecture Graduate Exhibition. So missing scenes. So featuring the graduate class of both the bachelor's and the master's class of March 2021. So our slogan, which is the unseen, often forgotten, and much overlooked, aims to reflect on our architecture journey and allowing that to guide us in our future ventures. So of course, we hope you could join us in our experiences and doing the same in your journey as well. We'll be sharing our works, ideas, design processes, and many more. So yeah, so we hope to see you guys there. The event will kickstart on the 19th September up to the 10th of October. So almost a month worth of activities. So yeah, so here's a glimpse of what you guys, here's a glimpse of what will be happening. All right, first up, we'll be having 7 workshops with amazing and friendly tutors here to teach you various softwares like Photoshop, AutoCAD, Lumion, Enscape, Revit, 3ds Max, and SketchUp. Also, we're having a new sketching workshop featuring one of our most talented sketchers in our batch to kickstart this workshop this Sunday at 2 p.m. So with affordable prices, do register now with the link in the chat. Yeah, that Aoshong will send in a bit. All right, next up, we'll also be having, we'll be selling exclusive merchandises. So tote bags to bring to campus, stylish t-shirts to wear, and 1 set of stickers to stick onto wherever you guys like, maybe onto your laptops and all those, Archi students. But yeah, we'll be selling this merchandises. So do make your purchase and stand a chance to even get a limited edition silver matte stickers inside one of your purchases for free. And yes, that's correct, for free. All right, of course, we'll also be selling our very own publication, featuring 150 plus works from different semesters by the bachelor's and the master's program. So exclusive senior interviews, breaking down the design process, essential architecture checklists, and many more. So there will be different tips and tricks, and we hope that this publication will not just be our yearbook as well, but it will be acting as a go-to guidebook for your future designs. And the best part, yeah, we'll be having all that. We'll be having various tips and tricks. And the best part this time, because COVID and everything, we'll be actually having our publication for both digitally and physically at the price of 20 and 80. So if you're interested, do pre-order yours today. And what's our exhibition without our talks and forums? So we'll be having talks and forums from various architects and designers, such as Amy Liang, designer of APW Bangsa, architect Sao In and Bill Tan, PAM Gold Award winners. We also have architect Michael Ching, and even foreign speakers like architect Chap Pong from Thailand and Real Rich from Indonesia, to share their experiences working in the professional field. So more details will be soon up onto our Instagram at Missing Scenes. So do grab this opportunity to ask all your dying questions that you guys want to ask. And yeah, next up, something fun in our hands. I've always thought that architecture students are very, very multi-talented. And yeah, hence we'll be having actually a performance night from our talented alumni, students, and even lecturers this 9th of October. So do chalk your dates and get ready to watch our live stream, as we will be featuring even what's called lucky draw and all that. So yeah, do stay tuned to our live stream. All right. Lastly, we cannot forget the main highlight of our event, our virtual exhibition featuring all the works of the degree plus master graduates, launching this 25th September 2021. So the day of our opening ceremony. However, the website is already up with all the info of our events and merchandises. So feel free to head on over there to check it out. All right, to conclude this a little bit, yeah, so to find out more details about our combos, details, promotions, lucky draws, even giveaways or student works, or anything about the event in general, and to keep up to date with our latest updates, go on ahead and follow us on Instagram at Missing Scenes, or go on over to Facebook if you are more onto Facebook, and drop us a like there at Missing Scenes. And if you have any questions, feel free to slide into our DMs, and we'll gladly answer them as well. So with that said, we hope to see you guys at this event and being part of this amazing experience. So yeah, see you guys there. Awesome. Back to you, Erin.
Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, Aoxiong. Okay, so yeah, make sure to check them out. And if you haven't also followed our official SABD Tribe Instagram at sabd.tribe, do follow because all of these news will also be posted there. And so now let's proceed to our next segment. Okay, I'll wait for them to unshare their screen. Okay, so now we will proceed to our next segment and meet our speaker and moderator of the day. Okay, so just now in their slides also, right, you saw a familiar face. We have AR Michael Ching and Rihanna who will be discussing the topic of post-pandemic architecture and what we have learned from the pandemic. So let's invite our moderator and alumni, Rihanna, who has been working in the design field for 2 years now. Rihanna is also in her spare time runs an interior and home decor page on social media, which we tagged on our SABD Instagram story as well. So you guys can go and check her out. And I won't drag any longer. Let's welcome Rihanna to introduce our speaker of the day, AR Michael Ching. So the floor is yours, Rihanna.
Hi, thank you, Erin. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Rihanna, and I'll be the moderator for today's forum. Before I begin, I'd just like to thank the Future Thinkers team for giving me this opportunity to moderate this session. It's quite an interesting topic. And we are very lucky to have with us here AR Michael Ching, who will be giving a presentation on rethinking post-pandemic sustainable architecture. Now, before we begin, I'd just like to remind the audience, I think Erin mentioned as well that we will have a question and answer session at the end of his presentation. So you guys could either write it in the chat box and I'll read out your questions, any questions that you have. I'll now like to give a little bit of introduction about our guest speaker of the day. So with more than 16 years of professional experience with several international firms, AR Michael Ching's passions and active interests are in green design. Ching is a director of CH+I Architecture Sendirian Berhad and B Green Design Sendirian Berhad, both established in 2010. He was a council member of the Malaysian Institute of Architects, which is PAM, and a member of the Green Building Index Accreditation Panel, and a board member of the Malaysian Green Building Confederation. So now without further ado, it is my pleasure to invite AR Michael Ching to share his thoughts and knowledge with us on this very interesting and current topic in the design world. AR Michael?
Hi, I would like to share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Okay, yep. Yeah.
Loud and clear? Can I start now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for inviting me. Okay, let's start off with the topic, which is rethinking post-pandemic sustainable architecture. This is the topic that we're gonna go through today. Firstly, what do you know about sustainable architecture? A lot of people are talking about green architecture, sustainable architecture. And just now I saw some of the students' works incorporating sustainability design into their work. So, but what is sustainable architecture? Let's go through what defined by GBI. I'm sure you guys know GBI, Green Building Index. I'll read out. Green building focuses on increasing the efficiency of the resources used, which is the energy, water, and material, while reducing the building impact on human health and the environment during the building life cycle. The rest you will read. So basically, they're talking about, in general, save energy. What are the ways to save energy? The strategy could be passive as well as active. We being the architect, so we look into the passive approach of how to save energy in building, save water, and of course, use of green material and how to use reduce the carbon footprint through using a different material. So this is in general what is green building defined by GBI. So compared to sustainable, compared to conventional, sustainable architecture is much better, of course, in terms of reduce carbon footprint into the environment. So we are here. We are at the stage where everybody talk about sustainable. So my next question to pose to you guys are we there yet? Let's look at the statistics. There are 7 million properties in Malaysia, statistics by Malaysia Property Market Central in 2020. In DBI, they actually listed 580 certified green building in Malaysia, June 30th, a few months ago. They update every quarter, so the next one will be very soon. If you compare the number of green building in Malaysia versus the property in Malaysia, we are only have miserable 0.0083%. There are 2 zeros in front of the 8, it's 0.0083%. It's a long, long way to say that we are doing well in sustainable. We are way off, way off. Okay, we are. If you think that we are we have done enough, if you look at the statistics, we are not. Okay, so what shall we do? We shall continue to pursue to have less carbon footprint in terms of energy, water, and waste. Definitely, because we know that we are not there yet. Okay, so how to do that? Before we mention how to do that, let's have some statistics of how other people and how other countries are doing. This is a World Green Building Council pledge. In 2030, they are talking about all new green building to be carbon neutral. Okay, which means that they're defining by energy. They're talking about net zero energy by 2030, which means that all new building by 2030 should not get any TNB electricity from TNB. What they get is all net energy. They produce their own energy and they use their own energy. So this is by 2030. 2050, they're talking about all building, which means that all new and existing building. 2030 is new building, 2050 is new and existing new building, existing and new building. So it's a very visionary site that we should adopt, because 2030 is just merely another 9 years to go, and Malaysia is only 0.008% in terms of green building, not even touching on net zero. We're only talking about green building. In general, there are 28 cities and 6 states and regions has already pledged to the World GBC that by 2030, all new buildings to be net zero, net energy building, and by 2050, all the new and existing building to be net zero. So total, there are already 36 cities and states pledged to do that. Of course, we are not to say that we are not doing anything. Malaysia Green Building Council knew that we need to do something, knew that we need to move forward in terms of go beyond green building. So they are actually coming up with this carbon grading system where we focus on the energy, net zero water, net zero waste, and net zero carbon. Net zero energy is the building where do not use any external energy. Water, do not use any Shabas water. They don't produce any waste. Any waste that produced goes back to energy. And in totality, is a net carbon building. So we are looking into that. So to look into that, we need to move beyond sustainability. We have to move much faster than just talking about sustainability. Today, this is our company philosophy, our CHNI philosophy, to where all the design must go through and must adopt this beyond sustainability approach, which we call restore and recreate. Restore, what is restore? I think a lot of people has been doing it, and it's basically restoring the fauna and flora of the site. I think all the biophilic building has been doing it. This is one of the example, Panoramic Factory. This building actually won, not by us, okay, I had to mention this, not by us, but this building won the best green commercial building in 2020 in Asia Pacific Network. Asia plus Australia and New Zealand, this is the best green building in 2020. Not many people do that. This is not many people know that this is in Penang. And so what they do is they restore whatever that lost from the site. So if the site has greenery, you develop to, you have to cut down trees. What we do is to plant some of the trees so that to restore back the original characteristic of the building, biophilic design. Very important, and a lot of people has been doing that. The next thing that we wanted to share is to recreate. This is something that we architects hold the thumb card. If we are not pushing for the creations, new creations, who else? So for example, on the left screens, you can see a school. Okay, so school probably you probably use extensively during Monday to Friday. Saturdays and Sundays have off and off classes and activities. But the building has not been fully utilized because the main potential of the building should actually use it between the 7 days. So on the day 6 and day 7, Saturday and Sunday, we can actually hybrid it and use it as the church. Okay, for example, because church predominantly the activities is will be on the weekend, so that on during weekdays they're off. So we actually complement each other. And of course, flea market, you can also have flea market during the weekend where the school fields are not being occupied. So these are the things that we thought that a building shouldn't just be a building. If you will restore the building to the original state of the site, we should create something more so that to maximize the building usage, to minimize the carbon footprint on top of the normal sustainability. We have case studies, a few case studies. The first one is what we have completed. This building is in PJ, SS, can't tell you that. In PJ, hydroponic house. What we have done is, this is the outlook of the external, the main facade and the side facade. I will not go through in detail in general, but I want just to highlight on how the general sustainability on, and of course the restore and recreate. This is the existing house. It's a renovation, by the way. So the white color is the existing house. There is a tree right in the middle. So what we thought is, because the client wanted more usable space. There's a garden right next to the building, and we have no choice because it's a renovation. So we need to extend the house, and because we do not want to build the third story, and you create, you need to have an extra foundation, strengthening, all that stuff. So we actually use the part of the garden as the new usable space. And because we use the garden, same thing, the concept of restore, we need to bring back the landscape into the building. So what we have done is we create this hydroponic wall, where the wall itself act as a shading to shade, because it's facing west. So it shades the usable space, or the interior space. So it shades the wall so that the wall is cooler, hence do not have this thermal mass effect, and the heat doesn't radiate into the interior space. So beside restoring on the wall, the original, we also have a roof garden. If you can see the top SketchUp, not only the wall is hydroponic, the wall actually we wanted to plant herbs as well, so that you can actually go through the first floor from the first floor living. You can go in. So, but the idea was scrapped due to various reasons. So at the end, we just end up with the hydroponic wall. So beside the restoration, we need to talk about daylight. We need to talk about ventilations, rainwater harvesting. All these are in the house, but we will not go through in detail. But in general, all the hydroponic walls are using rainwater harvesting system. So the only use of energy is the pump because we need to circulate the water. To recreate some of the space that we design has to be multi-use. So what we do is for a public building is slightly easier because public building we can integrate the schools and the library, schools and the church, as long as the two able to meet and we come to a conclusion. Then we can able to use the building extensively. But this is a private house. A private house can't be shared with other people. So what we do is the space can be shared. So in this case, if we look at the enclosed space on the left, on the bottom left, these enclosed space are actually using by three spaces. The first one, if it's open up the external gate, is actually part of the external deck area. So if you have function for any external barbecue and friends that use the external space, you can use that space. But if you close it, which is the on top photos, then it become part of the either dining space where you can outspill the dining space, or on the right side is actually the gym. So it's how do you use it? So the gym is very small. So we thought that you can actually integrate this space into external gym space, either the external for the barbecue or external dining. So it's a three spaces that integrate together depending what door you open. This is just a teaser of what has been done. This is the some of the images of the house, the courtyard, which we promote daylighting and natural ventilations. Some of the corridors. If you look carefully on the left picture, the lighting on the corridor on the right is actually daylight, on the skylight. On the left is actually the artificial lights. So we promote daylight, a lot of daylight into the building, even the toilets. And of course, as architect, we need to use screen to play with the shadow and etc. The second project that we wanted to show is called the log house. The whole development is 15 acre. The whole development is a shopping mall and a condo plus hotel. So we just wanted to show the hotel today because the rest, I just wanted to concentrate on the hotel. So what we do is we have the concept of the log. And a log house. A log house is built by intersecting the logs. So what we do is we said, okay, let's intersect the logs and form a house. And above ours is a vertical, so we end up like that. So the concept is to have a log house, but the log house form the intersects between each other and to become a condo, partly condo, partly hotel, service apartment, service condo. So, and of course, this is the initial concept that we have. And then what we have done is we incorporate the scale, the different size and different module into the interlocks. So some of them are 2 module, 3 floors, 1 floor, as you can see from the SketchUp. And of course, this is where you have facing the east and west. You have end up your screen to screen the shades, the sunlight, and of course facing the north and the south will be full glass. This will be roughly the ideas like that. And what happened is from there we can add a lot of green space into the building. So the green space doesn't need to be on the ground. For condo, it can be elevated. So what we have done here, if you look at this diagram, every floor has restore place where you can integrate with the green. And not only that, because the space are actually integrated and is in every floor, so it forms a different community space. Some hotel area, they can actually doesn't need to be confined between the lobby. So what they have done is actually they move vertically, and all these vertical space are all connected. So you can actually move to this vertical space and create a different usage and different experience while you walk into the building. So this is how we actually recreate the space by using the restore into the building. On top of that, we also use it to shade the building, the cantilever to shade. Of course, by doing this lifting, we actually have plenty of daylighting, of course, ventilation as well. Rainwater harvesting, very important. Certainly we have extra roof or extra areas to catch the rainwater, and we actually use this cascading water as the concept of vertical wetland to filter the rainwater. At the end, then you can actually use the water. So this is the case study number 2. And the last one is the case study number 3. We call it Niseko Cliff. It's in Niseko, Japan. In Japan, in Niseko, villa is very, it's this thing, just one night in a villa and you'll never stay in hotel again. Villa to them is very important. The experience of villa and how to actually setting of the villa between the cliff. So we wanted to do this same in the place, the site that we give it to us. The site is facing east-west, and on the east they are facing Mount Yote, and on the west they are facing Mount Niseko, Annupuri. So they are actually very good view. In fact, Mount Yote is actually a sacred place where a lot of people wish to go and wish to see. So what we have done is one block equal to one module. This is a hotel. So each hotel has one module, but we have a bigger module for 2 bedrooms and bigger module for 3 bedrooms. So every single one should have a feeling of a villa, and every single one should have a feeling of able to see the view. So these are the 2 fundamental concepts when we start the design. And what we have done is we every 2 modules we said that we should have an internal courtyard. So and of course, you know, Japanese Zen garden is very important to them. They are not meant to use it. Some of them are just meant to be visual connection, visual relief. So courtyard to them is very important. And of course, we elevate the higher level because we are in a cliff, so that they have views. And this is one module. The second module is here. We elevated it so that we have view. And what we have done, we skew it in a way that every single one will have a privacy. So the courtyard are private, and of course the view are all in private. And what we have done, we bring the sky to the side, and this is how it looks in composition, but in reality it's like that. They restore what we thought is the entire lower ground, because we are building according to the level of the slope. Okay, later a section you can see. So in reality, you can only see the white color. All the green color is actually between the side profile, so you can't really see. All the green we were actually covered by landscape. So from outside, the scale of the building is actually the white color, and of course the front one is actually the clubhouse. This is what we would see. We wanted to have the cliff feeling, but we also want to have an individual so that it looks like a villa. And this is a section, so everyone can see out front and back. So this is the cascading effect, and from the back, this is what you can see is a full landscape, and all the courtyard are all hidden, so you can't see. And of course, as I mentioned, the roof deck is not meant to go out and use. It's for visual relief and connections, and it's basically somebody's roof. So all the skylight is in a place that is not at the privacy area, so that is all public. So you can actually see the whole connects, and this is how we actually try to restore the site. Some of the units we actually use it to dual functions to promote the regeneration. And unfortunately, I do not have a green light to show you because this is still in progress. With that, that's it for today's presentation. 25 minutes.
Thank you very much, Michael. That was very interesting. I really admire your work, and I think that now more than ever, it is very important for us to consider sustainable design. I mean, it's good that the pandemic has actually brought more awareness for designing sustainably. Now we will open the floor to questions. So you can ask any questions you want to ask AR Michael in the chat box. I have a few questions for myself. I did want to ask you, Michael, what are the main objectives that you try to meet in every design, especially now, considering the pandemic and everything that has happened?
Okay, first of all, I think very important. I think I've stressed it a few times. I want to highlight this again. Architecture is not for the rich and famous. Architecture is for human, everyone. Okay, it doesn't mean that if you are rich, you should have great architecture, and if you're poor, you do not. No. Okay, so it's just like the clothes. Okay. Architecture, if you relate back to a fashion, it's just a fashion. It's a design. So rich people will wear a slightly more expensive clothes. Poor people will steal clothes, but depends what is you define as fashion, but they're still entitled to wear clothes. So having said that, so you know that architecture is for all. So the most important thing when you design is the habitant, is the user. Okay. For example, the house that we show you just now, I hope the owner didn't listen this, didn't hear this, and they're not, they won't be angry. Both of them are relatively short. Okay. So all our counters, our handrails, our tables are designed shorter. Okay. Normal height 900, right? But this is not. It's only 800 or 850. Okay. For that reason, because it's his house, it's not my house. Correct? Yeah. So why are you designing standard 900 for a couple which is relatively short? Doesn't make sense, right? So that is a customized bungalow. Of course, you can't do that for a mass housing. You can't. But take note, very important is the user. So what does the user want? Green building is about not only about energy. If you look at the definition of GBI, not only about energy and not about water, it's also about health and well-being, the wellness. So we talk about the air quality, we talk about the visual connections, we talk about reducing the pollutions. So these are the things that are very important. To our company, we always look at the basic fundamental of architect's design, which is to orientate, to shade, to insulate, to dilate, and to ventilate. These are the 5 key principles that we do to ensure that the dweller are happy, so that it doesn't need to be an expensive architecture. A 500,000 is still a house and it's still an architecture if it's designed by architects.
Right. True. Yeah, I agree. That's definitely true. If do you think that the pandemic has changed your architecture style or things that you have done, or is it basically quite the same because you memang have like a very sustainable method of design?
It enhanced it actually. First, it enhanced it. Secondly, is easier to sell now. Easier to sell to the because we sell the idea like you guys present to your lecturer. You actually sell the idea to your lecturer. Same thing. We actually sell the design to the clients. Pre-pandemic is harder because every change is dollar and cent, and it's into their profit. So you need a hardcore green guy who believe to do that. And a hydroponic house, the person can just easily say no. Why? Simple, right? But the green guy wanted to more greenery, and then I actually plant something that I can eat. I can actually share with my neighbors, so happy, So these are the things that you need to sell to the client and you have to buy it. The pandemic enhanced it because those who being quarantined in a house or locked down in a house, they will know if your house is without balcony, a miserable small window. And if you rent a house, if you own a house, it's better. If you rent a room, really koyak. Imagine a small room with a small window. 2 months, it's really, really, really tough. So what we thought is, the the recreation part that we talk about, the people thought integrated part, the multi-purpose place, whatever they call it. We want to use create because we wanted to change the setting and change the usage. Multi-purpose is apa pun boleh lah, but if you recreate the space, like having, just now I mentioned the log house, where the facilities are actually moved towards the vertical. So the movement is suddenly vertical. Then you need to move the vertical using escalator and staircase. Hotel usually first 2 floors, and then the whole setting is different.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So having this pandemic will enhance the creations of integrated space that you can move, space that you can open up, space that you can actually connect to external, space that actually have more daylight and day ventilations. This will come in more, and it will enhance the sustainability. Hopefully, it will go to 0.01.
Yeah, true. Reach a little bit closer.
A little bit closer.
Right, that's true.
Yeah.
I really like the hydroponic house, and I think that it's so interesting because now, like, we're all at home, and it feels like we're walking around in the same space every time. So it's very interesting how you manage to make like one space feel like 3 different spaces at the same time.
Yeah.
Has any of your clients' requests changed like recently since the pandemic has started? Like weird, because of
one of them in particular, we actually tried to push an idea, and it doesn't come true. We thought the project gone, and after the pandemic, they call us and say, "Hey, Michael, we have a second thought and think that you are the right architect to do this job because of this."
Right. Oh, that's great. Yeah.
Ada, not many. ada.
Right. I do have another question. I have a question from my mom who is in the chat, but she asked me, she said, "What is Michael's advice to young architects?"
Very important. Young architects, you should have 2 things. Dua perkara. First, you must have the fire, the energy, the fire. Very, very important. For those Chinese to understand me, salted fish. If you don't have fire, you are salted fish. Really, if你冇火咧，你就鹹魚一樣。This is true. Very important. Everything you do must have the fire and the passion. If you want to be an architect, I know that from when I was in first few years of my career. I know that I want to be a good architect. I don't use word great, just good. And I know that I want to do something for the environment. I know that I want to do something that make other people proud and happy. I want to feature my books and my works so that we can share the philosophy with people. So these are the fire that started during my education time, and now I still have this fire. So it's very important. So if you have this feeling, one fine day and you wake up and you don't feel to go to school, or you don't feel like doing the assignment, and then you are hungry, a dead fish, then quickly get a match and light the fire again. Because that's very important for architecture students. The second one is endurance. You mentioned, if you look carefully, I didn't mention skill. Skill can be trained, skill can be learned. All the Jedi, they go through the process from Padawan to Jedi from day one. It can be trained. You must have certain, you must have passion, and you must have endurance. Endurance is very, very important. To build a house is minimum korang 2 years before the seed result. To have a high rise, misalnya 3 years or 4 years. To have the log house that I show you just now, that is a 5 years or 6 years project. From the day you put your pen and design and say, wow, this is great. The idea is great. But to people start using it and complement it, and before it reach the magazine, it could be 7 years time. So passion and endurance is very important. For me, it's easier as my company. So the endurance is always there. I will see the product, like it or don't like, I will see the product. But for the youngsters, after the 2 years, Siena, Bosana, let's go to other place to that is a problem. The endurance is not there. Maybe because no fire, I don't know. But make sure that you must keep the endurance to the end. The process is very important.
Yeah. I really like what you said when you said that. I meant the first part, the fire part as well. When you said that we have to design for the environment and for like we have to think about our motivations as architects, because I think that's when a lot of young designers, you get carried away by your design or by how you want to be. But when you actually have a purpose, and I really admire you, Michael, for like all your work in sustainable design as well. I think that that is a great motivation because you're doing change not just for yourself but for other people, for the world. Yeah.
That is more important actually.
Yeah, right.
Communal space, that's very important.
Yes,
Design for people use, design for the owner and for public, not for you.
Right.
Put down your ego on your door before you step into your office. Your ego can go to somewhere else.
Okay, wait. I have a few questions here. Let's see. Okay, we have a question from Sean. Okay, let's say, hi, AR Michael. For the second case study, the hotel that proposes the vertical green belt, is it accessible to the public? If it is, then is there any privacy concern? How to convince the client to accept a more open design and induce nature elements?
To convince the client, there's only one strategy, which is cost efficient. Of course, for green building, there are two ways to look into a return to the client. The first one is capital investment, where I pump in this X amount. When I sell, I expect double or X amount of profit. This kind of people is very difficult to convince because it's very difficult for them to even get another 10,000 out. The second one is the life cycle cost. These are the people that can talk. Life cycle cost is when I buy something, okay, it actually generates a more flexible PV panel is very simple. I buy a PV panel, it generates a solar panel, and over a certain period of time, the return of investment kicks back. And after certain years, and I have cheaper lightings, taking electricity. So when we sell green building, we cannot use the first method to sell your sure goyak. Sure goyak, higher 100% goyak. Okay. We have to use the second method. So the ROI is very, very, very important. We must know your stuff lah. So by normal hotel, all the corridors are natural ventilated, aircon. Our corridors are natural ventilated. So by having a lot of green buildings, the shopping mall that we mentioned just now, the base of the building, sorry, I can't show you much. Don't have the green light. I'm sure what you mean. You understand what I mean. 80% of the shopping mall is actually natural ventilated. 20% is actually aircon. It's the balik, Usually is 80% aircon and 20% non-aircon. With the balik, 80% non-aircon, 20% aircon. The 20% is of supermarket, cinema, no choice. That one cannot be a cinema without aircon. So that is the area how we convince the client with an ROI. So yes, it's more expensive to build with all this stacking and open and landscape, but it reduces the aircon load. Okay, it reduces the load of the natural lighting. So after X amount of years, you actually get a profit. Hotel operators usually are the building owners, so it's easier. Condo tougher to sell because condo the clients usually sell the product. After they sell, they will wash hand. Correct? This is reality. So it's a bit difficult. But for shopping mall, hotel where it actually owns service apartment, service suite, much easier to convince the client.
Right. Yeah, that's true. That would be super.
Maintenance. Sorry, the hotel. Yes, you can actually go. You can actually go all the way to the rooftop. It's accessible. Security. Close your door properly, lor.
When is this project due to be completed?
Next year construct.
Wow, okay. That's gonna be cool. Yeah, that's really
Finger
cool.
crossed. Finger crossed.
Yeah. All right. We have another question from Erin, and she's asking, she says, what do you think students should learn to adapt into our designs as a practice for the future learning from post-pandemic?
I think I answered partly just now, which is the human centric, user centric, public centric.
Right.
I think that's very important. The second thing that, you know, for particular for the future thinker, I think we have to really think out the box. Really think out the box. Building usage, public usage may not be single user, single dweller, single purpose. A multi versus what we are trying to do, but ours is still the first steps. Only one segment of the building. We are exploring how to merge it into big spaces, merge it into big functions, use of space. We are still doing, but ours is real dollar and cent. We are trying to tell people, you know, the school, you know, get the church in. You know, I know church have a lot of limitations and all that stuff, but it can be only the gathering part, you know, only the activities part. You know, your shrine area is still at the place that you want. You know, we can still talk. You know, we can still do, but you guys are students. Low limit, right? Should go all the way up. Forget about structure. Forget about M&E. Forget about buildability. Ayo, people go to the moon already. What buildability are we talking about? Correct. Go all out. I mean, I'm sorry if some lecturers do not agree with me, but go all out. Go all out and move and see what's your potential and get the passion. You know, because when I still remember when I was in year 3, I like design. I do not like other subjects. But my lecturer is very good. Every time they see my design, they say, "Oh, great, Michael, great, your work is very good. You know, very good." But by the way, don't fail other projects. You know, other project subjects. You fail other subject, you fall out. You know? But he really motivated me to go for design. So that if that the fire is there, once your fire is there, you won't be your physics lah. You know, you won't be your structure. You will make sure that all this will complement. So that is very important.
Right, I agree. That's true. We have another question from Ryan, and it says, how do you design sustainable architecture which enhances with the user's experience? For example, some people tend to slap a green wall on and call it sustainable without any design.
Agree. Green wall has make sure it serves the purpose. Okay, of course, having green wall is to increase the leaf ratio. Okay, which means that more plants or you call it the landscape plot ratio, whatever you call it. It will reduce the heat island effect, which means that the microclimate comes down and you are cooler. So that is the primary goal of having more landscape. But we are architects, okay? We are not landscapers. So incorporate the green wall for function. Okay, in the hydroponic wall that we did is we actually act it as the second layer of the west wall. So we do not need to insulate the west wall. We do not need to have cantilevers on the west wall. What we do is to have a green wall next to the wall. And of course, to recreate, that's what we wanted to do is the wall must, the green wall must have a function, not only for beauty. We always encourage to plant herbs. Okay, in this case, they are planting vegetables, so they can eat. So these are the few functions that you must look in totality. Bear in mind one thing, very, very, very important. Personal experience. Do not stick the landscape to the wall. Okay, the landscape have moisture, and if the waterproofing fails, or if the density of the brick, somehow has a crack, or the plaster line has a crack, the water will go in and mold will go in, and green building shouldn't have this. You should detach the wall with the landscaping so that there's a gap in between. So take note.
That's a very good point. Yeah. Take note, guys.
Yeah. cavity
No
wall,
landscaping on the wall.
cavity
Yeah,
wall.
a cavity wall. Yeah.
Same technique, but it's the second layer is a layer of landscaping with a
Right.
frame structure.
Right. Okay, I think we have time for one more question. This is from Jessie, and she says, what are some of the major challenges faced in Malaysia building industry, especially in promoting sustainable living?
99% of the developer is capital investment type. Only 1% is the life cycle type. That's why the percentage of green building is 0.0083. And we have many green activists, we have very green architects, and all these architects are focusing on that 1%. Tough word. So this is this is very important. This is the great challenge. Of course, that is the first challenge, the great challenge. The second one is how to convince the 99 to move to the 1%. Okay, so that has to come with a lot of convincing, and of course that will come with built work. With built work, people can see, you can show the electricity bill, you can show, and you visit the house, and whoa, I go no daylight or I go, no need hot water. I didn't explain to you. We actually done one project. Maybe share a little bit here, if time permits. We, for those who maybe your parents are not you guys, stays in these pre-war houses, the colonial Chinese pre-war houses. The toilet is actually outside, and it's actually on the ground floor. First floor, that toilet one, everybody goes down. And on top of the toilet, they actually have this asbestos water tank. Okay, and because this water tank is exposed and usually quite smaller, they don't have 200 gallon, 100, they're happy already last time. So relatively small and exposed to sun, it's actually absorb the heat gain. The water actually is quite warm. When you shower at 7, maybe 8, the beginning part of the water is actually quite warm. So what happened when we evolve, like Pokemon, when we evolve, the water tank people thought is ugly, so they actually push it into the roof, so we can't see the water tank anymore, right? Hardly you can see water tank, right? It used to be outside. Your dad and your parents and your grandparents will know. And because of that, we have preheated solar water. Why are we hide the water tank in the roof where we can expose it? It's a water tank. If you know Pompidou Center in France, what is so ugly about that building? That thing is beautiful, correct? So it's how you dress up the water tank. So those people who doesn't like it, screen it. So that is how we should think out of the box to get back, the old ideas. Nothing is new. I always think there's nothing new. There's everything someone has used it before. So by doing that, you actually have preheated water. So with that ideas, we always use this kind of idea and tell the client, no different. The water tank price is the same. It's where you put only, but you are selling preheated water to your purchaser, and you are returning, you actually save energy. So these are some of the ways that we try to convince the 99 to 1.
Yeah, right. It's something so simple like that can actually,
there are a lot simple
that's
things
right.
that your parents can share with you. There's more sustainable. Those days, we actually buy milk from the pasar with glass bottle, and the next day we actually return and get a new milk. Sekarang mana ada? Everybody go plastic and then throw. Those days, the people are more sustainable than now. Just learn from your parents, and you have a lot of tips there.
It's time to interview our parents, everyone.
Talk to your mom. Your mom is around.
Yeah. Right. Okay, I think that's all the questions we have for today. Thank you so much, A.R. Michael, for sharing your insights with us on sustainable design, and thank you for inspiring all of us too. I think it's great that we have
keep the fire.
I mean, actually seeing your project, I was so shocked because even working for the past few years. I haven't seen that much green designs in locally, and it gives me hope and motivation to do that as well in my future designs. So thank you very much.
Good, great, thank you.
Right.
I'll end up with this word. Don't be a salted fish, okay?
Yes, yes. Don't be a salted fish. Right.
Okay, bye, thanks.
Okay, I'll pass
Thank you,
the mic
Michael and
to-
Rihanna.
Yeah.
Thank you, bye.
Thank
All right.
you.
Bye.
Okay.
All right. So thank you, Rihanna and Michael, for such an engaging session. I hope everyone here enjoyed it as much as I did. And before we move on, can I request everyone once again to turn on your cameras and we'll take a group picture with our invited guests. So, okay, let's turn on our webcams again. Okay, don't need to be shy. Okay, everyone, we have 175 here with us. So it'll be great if each and every one of you guys turn on your webcams. Okay, and then Jessie, maybe Jessie can lead us to take the photo.
Okay, I'll take the first page first. 1, 2, 3. Okay, now the second page.
Don't be shy, guys. Just turn it on.
Yep, feel free to turn on. 1, 2, 3. Give me a second. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Yep, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, so now let's come back to our student presenters and move on to our ADP Semester 6 presenters with our first representative. Let's welcome Eunice Chan Ju-Yuan, who was tutored under Mr. Prince Favis, to introduce herself and present her final year project. So, hi Eunice. You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah. Hi everyone. I'm Eunice from the previous semester 6. Thank you for coming today. I hope you will enjoy my presentation.
Hi, I'm Eunice from ADP. It's my pleasure to be presenting you my project, Abstract. Bukit Bintang itself, as an enclave of Kuala Lumpur, harbors many beautiful layers of life and forms within a developing urban setting. A city of movement, the life in Bukit Bintang never ceases to stop until midnight. The urban fabric of Bukit Bintang has transformed due to gentrification, in order to make the land use more profitable as the area heavily relies on the visitors for economic return. Historical buildings failed to adapt into contemporary use. High land price and spending forced out the local residents, resulting in shifting of identity. How were streets and alley in Bukit Bintang used? As Bukit Bintang becomes more compact and denser, activities are encouraged at the front street. Main streets are vibrant with cultural references and community identity. However, the alleys remain neglected in urban design. People often associate it with danger, filth, waste, and crimes, making it the forgotten space in the city. Jalan Alor is a famous food street. Its land use started off as residential and transformed into mixed use with food and beverage business at the ground floor. Temporary privatization of public space happens during nighttime. The food stalls spill out to the streets, creating an intimate food paradise. Jalan Rumia as a back alley is revitalized through activities and purposes. Low-rise shop lots operated by small businesses break down the scale, give a comfortable sense of enclosure which increases social interaction. The mural art livens up the alley, allowing visitors to linger and take photos. The social issues include migrant struggles working as labor force,
the drug dealers, homeless, beggars, undocumented migrants, and unethical visitors. Therefore, the local dissatisfaction, the migrants' cry, and in between lies the parallel duality. It's been observed that the locals in Bukit Bintang shows a strong distaste towards the migrants, and some are even calling them cultural bandits, as they are slowly taking over the site's identity in Jalan Alor. Due to the job instability in COVID, migrants are more worried about their livelihood than locals' opinion towards them. They appear to be very uncomfortable when they were being approached and often refused to interact. The impact of the project is to allow migrants to live with the pride and confidence, with a sense of belonging while preserving the locals' identity and migrants' culture as a new addition of new layers. Hybrid learning is needed to encourage collaboration to create something new, along with the locals and migrants, building a strong community with harmony, trust, and confidence. The project calls for an urban room in Bukit Bintang to create positive spaces for the people in the city to bring an impact to the displaced community of Bukit Bintang with various demographic backgrounds. The site is surrounded with a mixture of low-rise and high-rise with existing traditional shophouses, having high accessibility from the main road, Jalan Pudu, with an adjacent pedestrian bridge. Looking back at Bukit Bintang's street art alley from Changkat and Rambia, it was once a breeding ground for drug addicts, snatch thieves, and prostitutes. Now it has transformed and rejuvenated the back alleys into a vibrant and lively place. My project Abstract seeks to relive traditional arts and culture, art as catalyst to bring the displaced community together. The aim of this project is to portray the essence of vibrant culture and talents that can potentially liven up the urban city life. The Cultural Art Hub allows for cultural exchange to take place from contemporary arts, traditional arts, and performing arts. In Bukit Bintang, the different diversities and ethnicity can be expressed, celebrated, and exchanged in the Cultural Art Hub, an urban room for expressions to present art in a subjective perspective, hence the name Abstract. Why Cultural Art Hub? To cater different mediums of art from visual to performing arts. Having public spaces for the community to pause and take a moment to enjoy different art forms. A place for gatherings such as food markets, event halls, and host talks and competitions. To attract interest, involve, and celebrate. I wanted an art hub that is transparent to encourage social interaction within the displaced community, with green pocket spaces in between the building for the users to take a break. The axis acts as a street in the building itself, with a central atrium core. My preliminary idea was having a floating volume as an idea box, like a box of imagination, supported by sculptural columns that provides emphasis to the form itself. I started to design by responding to the surrounding context, following the natural curves of the site, and further detailed the axis into various contact points to bond the community into the art hub. I then personalized the spaces into a more intimate setting with high visual permeability. From various contact points to form an axis to bind the community together while engaging the community with the context. Emphasizing the axis that resembles floating art realm, it acts as a light box to lit up the surrounding busy streets during night. Taking art as an expression, the abstract art on the ceiling portrays the subjectivity of human perception. Spaces were designed and tilted to engage with the context through multi-level terraces, enhancing visual permeability for social interaction. The building form takes inspiration from the context itself. The gentle curves of the front facade reflects Jalan Alor, creating connections between streets from different levels. Green strategies were implemented as green roof provides rainwater buffer and reduces the ambient temperature. Integrated PV panel system to lit up the facade during night. Centralized atrium provides skylight to ground level, allowing hot air to escape. Cross ventilation moderates internal temperature, providing thermal comfort to users. And daylighting is maximized to eliminate indoor spaces. As you can see in the ground floor plan, the art hub has a central atrium having 3 service cores. The green alley connects to the amphitheater that further links to the deserted pedestrian bridge across Jalan Pudu. Sittings are never enough in urban city like KL. A stopping point for lunch, a place to wait and meet others, or simply a place to sit and ponder away. The ground floor consists of food markets, retails and event hall to draw in the public. The axis itself is a journey to get relaxed and inspired, with the street experience of a 5-foot walkway while embracing the abstract ceiling art. While users enter the art hub from Jalan Pavilion, the art hub is angled to open up to the users, inviting them into the building. Food markets and vendors allowing visitors to linger, and multi-level studios that were visible from the street level. The first floor is catered for performing arts, with experimental theatres and dance studios. The space outside the theatre could be used as a spot for rehearsal, drawing attention from all directions. An art resource center for research and archives, and a production studio for the filmmakers and music producers. The amphitheater links the green alley together, allowing pedestrians across Jalan Pudu to pass through the building and simply stay when they please. The black steel staircase complements with the whitewashed surroundings and the red sculptural column. With the abstract ceiling art, the building looks rather classic with a touch of contemporary materials. On the second floor, there are art studios and makerspace that opens up to the city view. The breathing space is present for the artists that desires to unwind and freshen up their creative minds. Lastly, the top floor is a place to celebrate art. It's an accommodation for artists with designated artist lounge to provide a quick getaway to get their creativity flowing. The Art Realm is an art exhibition that poses all kinds of art expressions with opaque laminated glass that almost feel boundless. The Art Realm took precedence of lantern buildings from Stephen Howe's Winter Visual Arts Center, using laminated glass wall that lights up the building during the night. The facade of the experimental theatre was layering of screens, inspired by wayang kulit, that drives curiosity and abstractness. The Cultural Art Hub is a place to attract interest, involve, and celebrate arts and expression, no matter the time. Regardless of the various demographics in Bukit Bintang, the community will always find a communal sharing ground in this urban city canvas. In fact, Yan Gao quotes, "Cultures and climates differ all over the world, but people are the same. They'll gather in public if you give them a good place to do it." We've reached the end of my presentation. I would like to thank Mr. Prince for giving me guidance and my peers that have supported me through this journey. Thank you. Hi,
Thank you, Eunice. Oop. Okay, thank you, Eunice, for such an interesting presentation. So once again, everyone, feel free to save your questions and type them in the Q&A, which is coming up soon. But now let's welcome a very familiar face, our returning future thinker, Chia Chen Si, for her final project guided by AR Eric Chang. So hi, Chen Si. Oh, you're muted.
Sorry. Hello everyone, I'm Chancy. So I want to have a major shout out to my tutor, Mr. Eric, and all of my previous semester's tutors and creeds, because I think that this final semester, Sem 6, is an accumulation of what you learned for the past semesters. There's definitely some down parts throughout the semester, but I managed to pull through. So I hope you guys enjoy this presentation.
Hi, I'm Chancy, and today I'll be presenting my final semester project, Clouds, an artisanal experience room. Our site was located at Pasar Seni KL. Unlike the heart of the city, Pasar Seni still remains a heritage touch where traditional shophouses are preserved. So what came into your mind when we mentioned Pasar Seni? Petaling Street, Kasturi Walk, Waizai Hong? Unlike other sites where individual buildings are public hotspot, in our case was street. It's the major wayfinding element. It then leads to a key question of our site analysis: what makes street a place? The locals had come to develop a special and intimate relationship with street typology itself. Despite street being a public realm, vendors develop a sense of ownership towards their territory, place where outsiders find unpleasant is where they settle in. How they strategically inhabit linear spaces through time, organizing their goods in such a compact space. The overspill of daily scenes we see on the street makes streets more than just a workspace. The site has a relatively finer grain compared with its surrounding. Its urban block aligned between and along two streets with their back-facing alleyways, forming elongated built space along Klang River. And we noticed that grid permeability was prominent on site. So how do streets interweave, leading it to being a major site force? The spine concept was then introduced, where Jalan Petaling served as a catchment street as is located in the center among others. Jalan Hang Lekir then acts as the integrator, connecting all active parallel streets. The movement pattern of four main user groups were then studied, where they stay and how they spread on the site further supports our finding. Knots on site is populated along streets, especially on the two ends and junction points, acting as strong social magnets. We then layered all our findings and draw a conclusion on how the spine of site creates a support system to the local socio-economic vibrance. Yet, the locals were also found that their chosen path are usually separated from the tourist, forming their own inner spines on site. I've come to question myself where's architecture's place on site. The faceless facade that sandwich street activities? The overfocus on street had caused disengagement with architecture. Take Jalan Petaling for instance. The close proximities of vendors emphasize more on the portal quality of streets, leading to the underuse of shop lots behind. Shophouses are seen in a dilapidated condition, covered with wild creepers. Street vendors would occupy voids between faceless walls, forming a point of interest itself. There's lacking of relationship and interaction with architecture. This leads to the aim of the scheme: how do I further expand the potential of streets as place and reconfigure existing typology? The idea of freeing and inspiriting the streets then came in place, where activities are no longer confined within walls. These are my initial concept sketches. Instead of letting internal streets to be defined as void spaces, the pods give the potential to break through the wall constraints, drawing attention to the upper floors as well. The uplifting motion of pods resembles inverted umbrellas used by the local vendors that mushrooms across street. So to put things into solid picture, the axis introduces a horizontal movement across the site, seamlessly connects the surrounding alleyways, also reconnecting the old and new district. The spine then connects the diverted and meandered paths. Lastly, the clustering pods breaking through the walls and allowing a free flow circulation on the ground floor shaped with landscape. And next was, how do I inspirate the streets? What makes streets so engaging is also because of the collective personalization and overspill of daily scenes in such an informal way that it's engaging. It makes the experience unique from day to day, and I would like to emulate that unique setting. So to further emphasize on the dwelling of public and intimate, clusters of porch each have their own dialogue with its public realm. Setting is introduced. I believe that putting private realm within a public pool can create active social space. This is my initial concept sketch, where the pods naturally create verandas, overhangs, the interlinked breach, kiosk and setting in one picture. And here's the point where I know what I want for this site and this final semester in degree. The next question was, how to place the pods. It's like an orchestra and I need to string the beats in a composed manner. Here's how on-site shophouses looks like, elongated and in a linear manner. I introduced a fluid movement, just a slight push on both sides. The form now has an impression of reaching out, concaving in and out, responding to its context and function needs. It is then developed with an either 15 or 30-degree angle with a two-way engagement access. Approach-wise, I was aiming for a seamless connection. Each cluster approach is an echo to its context. The cascading form invite users from the to-go's alley, intimate and secluded. People that come from HS Lee Road that mainly consist of high-rise hotels and banks, a triple-volume dwelling pods bypass breach invites people to further explore the spaces. From LRT and Main Road approach, they are invited by the concave pods and public realm that host the Alfresco Cafe. Petaling Street approach of the clouds was welcoming and grand, where the Spine Pavilion became a major point of interest. So the program actually revolves around exposing process behind each artisanal skill, namely carving, welding, molding, the making of wayang kulit and Chinese opera. It's about the making that is exposed, where you see the cluttering elements, the customized tools, the work and skill behind the richness of textures and details. These are what that create interest and appreciation. And apart from this, I also want to bring the skill forward with time, fitting into the contemporary needs. I introduced Material Lab and Tectonic Labs, where collaboration with new innovation and research can lead to a possible common heritage. For instance, innovation approach, how textile tectonics was integrated with sound-absorbing properties in this case, or sustainable approach, where how Red Hongi uses used tea bag as color palette. So this strategy runs and reflects along the plan as well. Each path is exposing a particular skill, the mold street, the weave street, the wayang street, the welt street, and so on. And its workflow is exposed from part to part. For instance, from molding to clean and bisque, to drying and painting, and the ceramic would then be used selling on the retail kiosk and the tea house. The circulation was designed that despite the meandering and diverting streets along it, the main spine remained significant and clear. Another thing to highlight was that the pods that orient in a usual 15 or 30-degree angle, as it approached the artisanal playscape, it breaks free from the usual pattern and constraint. The pod typology syncs with the functions of space, giving it a more playful vibe. Also, the waterscape is connected in a way that it leads people to the fun and social part of the building. Moving on to first floor, the program reflects the streets below but transforms into workshop spaces instead. Stage of opera practice creates an internal focus itself, while behind the stage is the rest zone and makeup fitting area. Material and tectonic labs are introduced. The pods merge as it function as collapsed spaces to explore possibility of each. The spatial transparency will emphasize on lab space to ensure positive working environment. So on the second floor, it holds the artisanal living rooms, where the sense of community is further established by a common area facing the convex view to the alfresco on the ground floor and the LRT skyline. The second floor also holds exhibition pavilion spaces on the spine area. So all in all, the program was to revitalize Pasar Seni. The section exhibit a living threshold, where dialogue between pods were portrayed. It's not about privacy and individuality, but collectiveness. A place where the inhabitants that live with and in architecture is able to further script the stories in within. The behind the scenes of Chinese opera is exposed, from the makeup and changing room on the first floor to the costume and props making on the second floor. A pulley system is integrated to allow the actors to transport items in their heavy clothes from storage above. The spine, acting as the bazaar walkway, can activate during night market seasons or festivals. And users from the to-go's alley was welcomed by the wayang kulit making. Pot-to-pot exposing process from carving of the buffalo parchment to painting, melting on bamboo sticks. So as they explore up to the second floor, a wayang theater awaits. So each path you take is a journey of understanding and appreciation. And both of the programs are also tribute to street names and the social memory that it carries, Jalan Panggung, which means cinematic. So one more thing to highlight is that the pavilion has detachable panels to allow showcase of different tectonic possibilities and innovations, customizing to the exhibition theme. The tectonic concept was artisan-inspired, carving out of voids that soften the edges for certain pots. They then forms a planter and skylight window. The weaving of rattan then came into picture, with the secondary structure slightly protruding out, giving it an unfinished touch. The furniture then revolves around the pot to further accentuate the pot language. Structural concept-wise consists of three main components: steel I-beams and steel column as the main structural frame. Glulam timber is then used for secondary columns, and either wood or glass panel clad with synthesis rattan as wall. Diagonal bracing was used to further support the column as it branched out to the upper floor, and the clustered columns are used as well. Last but not least, I would like to bring you on a journey through the clouds.
Thank you, Chenzi. That was a really beautiful walkthrough animation. And yeah, thank you for wowing us once again with your project. And yeah, that concludes our third year degree presenters. And once again, we reached our Q&A session. So feel free to unmute yourselves or type your questions in the chat box. While we wait for the questions to come, okay, I see Prince in the chat already. So maybe Mr. Prince, you would like to come and say a few words, as well as AR Eric.
Hello. Hi. Yeah, I think
Hi.
great work for both Chancy and of course Denise. Okay. For Denise, it was a pleasure having her with very good attitude. She shows maturity in tackling the project. She's good but very humble. Okay, so my role was more into giving her the extra push to simplify complicated things and make it simple, and to make simple things a bit more interesting. Okay, likewise, probably my role was to keep her to visualize and have that herself being successful at the end of the semester. Okay, so very humble, okay, very talented. Yeah. Okay, I think that's keep it up. Yeah.
Thank you,
And
Mr. Prince.
of course, Chancy, I know for a lot of time. So Always very good. Okay, keep it up, Chelsea.
Thank you, Mr. Prince. Hi, Mr. Eric.
Hi. Yeah, what was the question again? Sorry.
Nola, do you have anything to say about Chenzi's project? How was it, the process?
Oh yeah. I wish I can take credit for uh what she did, but I truly can't. Um, sometimes when you most students you need to just guide them, take them by the hand and help them across. But with Chancy, I think she embodies an unusual blend of creativity, talent, hard work, perseverance, and yeah, all you just have to say is go and she'll fly. So great work, Chancy. By the way, how many times have you been in Future Thinkers?
3 times, but
3
the
times.
last time wasn't like the last time I was like the very, very last option because of some situations.
Aren't you bored yet?
Uh, maybe for this one last time it's still okay lah.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so we have some questions already in the chat. One for Eunice. So, hi Eunice, nice presentation. This question is from Pang Xuan again. Is there a reason why you implemented different design languages within the building? So, for example, the red tree column versus the white columns. Do you wish you could have carried the same language throughout or expressed it in a more impactful way? Or was that a choice that you used different languages, maybe?
Hi Pang, thanks for asking the question. So instead of a conventional column, I wanted a column which is like an art itself, which is the red sculptural form that gives emphasis to the floating volume above, which is the art exhibition, the art realm, which actually differs from the normal white columns, just to give emphasis to the volume above. Yeah. And if I didn't wish to carry the same language throughout because the red column itself, it's a very prominent structure. That's why I balance it out with the white and the red. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, I hope that answers her question. And for Chen Zi, from Cindy, may I know how did you find a balance between practicality and making an impactful design statement? From Cindy.
I think if you have that thing in mind since the very first start, and you know that tectonics play an important role, space, time, space, and people, these three things, it's actually what I keep on mentioning. But if you really put this in your mind and you imagine yourself in each space that people is going to inhabit in the end, then I think you can actually achieve experimental. I think it's experiential in a way. Yeah, I think, is that helpful?
Yeah, then there's also another question from Ryan. How do you justify having such an experimental yet interesting design? Would you say you took a risk in designing it this way?
Definitely, there's a lot of risks that I've been taking since the earlier semesters, and you never know if you will actually break through it. But I would say that there's a lot of constant testing out, constant refinement is required. And actually, I think Eric knows how much I've been struggling. There's a lot of points where I think that I shouldn't continue this way, and I should really like take a step back and to just do something a much more less complicated or like less. It will cause me less issues because for this design itself, I need to customize everything, including my doors, my windows, my railings, my planters, everything need to be fit into the whole design language because once you're going for such a more different language. So if you want this kind of approach or some sort of like a design breakthrough, I think you need to have that thought in mind and always trust your initial impulse from the start towards the end, and you don't lose it.
Thank you. And another question, I think I'm really curious about this one also. So it's from John. Great work, but may I know, is there a reason why you chose to use wood throughout your project? Is it solely for aesthetic purposes, or have you also thought about the maintenance of the building?
Yeah, actually, I have a lot of uh, discussion with my creeds during interim and also with Mr. Eric as well. So why is it that I result in woods in the end? It was actually it's not fully wood. The beams and the core columns are also steel, but to use wood as a major output, it was because it is the program wise it was artisanal, and I wanted to focus more on the weaving and the rattan, that particular technique, because that actually inspires the whole structure wise. So I think timber is going to help in terms of giving that lightweight touch. Yeah, I think that's why I choose timber. Um, it was advised that even for the floor, I still maintain it as concrete. So in the end, I still took that into my consideration and use it in the end, and also still coming in towards the end of the journey because it's really required. Yeah, so it's not fully timber. But if it's timber, then it is the glulam timber that was used mostly. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I hope that answers John's question. And yeah, you guys can just continue to flood the chat with questions, but we have to move on to our master students now. So thank you everyone once again for participating in the Q&A. And so for Master Semester 1, welcoming our first presenter, Chong Yi-Hui, who was guided by AR Alice Lim. Hi, Yi.
Hi everyone, my name is Yi Hui, and I'm the representative for the semester 1. So I hope you guys enjoy my presentation.
Good day everyone, my name is Yi Hui and I will be presenting my Master's Semester 1 project Urban Tetris. Before I begin, I would like to take this opportunity to thank AR Alice and Dr. Keith for their guidance throughout the project. The brief calls for a tropical high-rise dwelling in Jalan Raja Abdullah, KL, that caters for a minimum of 200 occupants with 1 car park per unit and 50% for visitors. The estimated GFA will be 10,000 square meters with a minimum height of 30.5 meters. So let's begin the presentation by introducing the site. The site is located at the edge of Kampung Baru, which is also called Hujung Pasir Village. As we zoom in closer into the microsite, you will notice that it is located right next to the Klang River. Public transits such as LRT and monorails are located near the site for convenient access. On the west side of the site, it mainly consists of a commercial district. Cafes and food street are located quite near the site too, with the Bukit Nanas Forest Reserve at the southeast side. Looking closer into the building site, you can see that it is a narrow and elongated site, which can be considered quite challenging to be able to harmoniously design for, with proper balance of the public realm as well as the residential requirements. The total land area of the whole site is 3,531.5 square meters. Moving on to the panoramic view of the site context, the site is surrounded by high-rise buildings, having a stark contrast in building proportion, thus making the site feel smaller and enclosed. Moreover, the development of the surrounding areas has further emphasized the lack of such for the selected site. Currently, the site consists of a stretch of terrace houses, some occupied and some vacant, and a large car park space located at the middle. As seen, the site is very contrasting with the surrounding context. Moving on to morphology, significant changes can be seen happening around Jalan Raja Abdullah from 1900s to 1950. The development was booming to be more commercialized. From 1990s to the 2000s, most of the kampung areas are replaced with high-rise commercial buildings, forcing the villagers to relocate. Malays are the largest population around Jalan Raja Abdullah, mainly located at the residential and commercial areas. The population of foreign workers are slowly increasing, alongside expansion of commercial activities. The youth and middle age take up a majority, with the elderly being at the lowest. The various activities that are carried out by both locals and visitors around the site illustrates the overall culture of Jalan Raja Abdullah. As can be seen, the main demographic group that can be observed are those that belong in the youth and working adult class, which falls under the younger age group, making them the choice for my target users. Around the site, the usage of space are largely accommodated with temporary structures, There is also a lack of green space and no dedicated spots for the community other than eateries. So the main idea here is to introduce the existing community and make them permanent by accommodating them in the residential dwelling to make a more sustainable community. Moving on, urban Tetris functions as a public element emitting social significance and value beyond that of a normal residential high-rise dwelling, inspiring a sense of community back into the urban livelihood. The project was inspired by studying the following precedents. The first precedent is Habitat 67 by SABD Architect, which I've analysed on the use of modular structures and spaces, as well as the orientation of units to get different views and terraces throughout the building. The interlocking forms connect walkways and the landscape terraces, achieving the goal of a private and natural environment within a residential high-rise typology. The staggering form of each unit from its neighbour provides each unit with its own private garden, allowing adequate natural light and fresh air into the units. The second precedent is Treehouse by Studio Boda. The selection of this precedent was based on the analysis of a positive co-living community and the benefits it brings to the table. By providing various garden facilities throughout the building, it gives a positive impact to the occupants in a high-rise dwelling. The idea of Treehouse is to coax users into a community by having decentralized facilities to initiate the co-living experience. I started my design approach by utilizing a 9x9 grid, which allows for maximum efficiency of car park. The units shall be comprised of multiples of 3 meters. Structural considerations, as well as subtraction of units to create voids for additional unit spaces, was considered. A staggering mass and further addition of voids for a visually lighter form was developed, taking into account of the placement of cores and unit types. Decentralized facilities and green decks are introduced to break up the mass and have relationship between co-living experience. Rooftop leisure promotes an active lifestyle while also fostering a healthy bond with the environment. Next is the axonometric view of the building, where the ground and the first floor are open to public and commercialized. The residential part starts at level 2. Decentralized facilities are located from level 5 to 8, with a rooftop leisure on the roof. Here is the ground floor drawing. Ingress and egress are direct from Jalan Raja Abdullah, so it doesn't disrupt traffic flow. The drop-off and lobby area are accessed through the internal road, which indirectly makes the building more pedestrian-friendly at the frontage. By keeping and integrating with the existing walkways, formal and informal pedestrian access are formed. This creates a more permeable pedestrian access while also allowing them to view into the building. This perspective of the lobby and drop-off shows how the roads are utilized and also how the pedestrian mingle around the site. As for the facilities provided on the ground floor, on the left consists of a weekend pasar or event space. The location of the pasar takes into account of the proximity of the pedestrian bridge and also the location of Kampung Baru. Along the internal road, warungs are introduced as to keep the local food culture flowing, accommodating the local community while retaining the essence of the site. An open seat area and play area are located on the far right end of the site, as the plane size is considerably larger, and also accommodate the targeted multi-generation family occupying the units above. Moving on to the first floor, the design of the cafe and facilities are in such a way that creates multiple openings, allowing cross-ventilation throughout the space. A city living room is provided for the community and their visitors to mingle and unwind from their daily routines. Next is the second floor, where the units are designed in such a way that creates multiple openings, allowing cross-ventilation throughout the space. This also helps to cool the units and the overall building mass. There are 3 main unit types in the typical floor, which are provided with their own shared communal space. As highlighted on the plan, the strategy used is unit to cluster to community. Learning from precedents, Treehouse by Studio Boda, this communal space will coax the occupants into a co-living community. Zooming into one of the communal spaces, the shared seating becomes a common area for the residents, which further spills into the green roof terrace that facilitates a soothing and comfortable environment. Different unit types are designed to cater for different user groups and sizes. For Type A, which is the studio unit, it is targeted for students and youths. The studio units are located on the left side of the plot because of its narrow width, thus making it more feasible to accommodate smaller unit types. The aforementioned pedestrian bridge is also located closer towards the location of this unit type, which aligns with the intention of facilitating movement of students. For Type B, which is the 1+1 bedroom unit, it is targeted for the working class adults or new families. The +1 room is a flexible room that can be transformed into a home office if needed. Type C is a 3-bedroom duplex unit integrated from a landed housing typology. Due to the demolition of the building that directly affects the families currently living on the site, this family type unit is to accommodate the existing community. A private garden is provided to cater for the home gardening activity that is favoured by the older generations. So, I am giving back to the existing community. Green roof and garden terraces are softscape on a higher plane, which can be used for chilling, relaxing, exercise, planting hobbies, and etc. Garden terraces are proposed as an offset to the issue of a lack of green infrastructure on site, while also creating a more sustainable environment. The rooftop is a space that is exclusive for the residents to carry out leisurely activities. The following perspective shows the utilization of the rooftop areas. The elevation shows the green facade surrounding the building. Green walls are used to soften up the cores. The whole idea of the elevation is to create a green sustainable building on site. Having much greenscape helps to filter fresh air into the building while also cooling internal spaces of the building. By staggering the mass and changing the orientation of the units while stacking them up, various voids are created as shown in the sectional perspective. This conveys the concept of an urban Tetris. The voids created are utilized as common spaces for the residents. To sum it up, the project is an urban Tetris that challenges the conventional residential high-rise typology. The idea of this design hopes to improve the current situation of Jalan Raja Abdullah by bringing in the youth and working adults to create a positive change in environment to ensure a sustainable social community and economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Yuhui, for that lovely presentation. And moving on to our second presenter from Master Semester 2, we have Lok Jiming, guided by A.R. Edward Chiu. So, hi, Jiming.
Hi, Irene. Thanks for the introduction. Good evening to everyone here. First of all, I'd like to thank the Future Thinkers Organizing Committee for making this possible. And I'd also like to thank Ms. Akira and Mr. Edward for the wonderful semester. I'd also like to thank my classmates for making the learning process an enjoyable one. Hope you enjoy the video. Yeah.
Kampung Baru is a site that's located adjacent to Kuala Lumpur city centre. Both sites are separated by the Klang River. From our experiences on site, Kampung Baru is a place where people can experience both the village and the backdrop of the city. However, it is also a site which is caught in between a rural identity and modernization, with pressures from developers and its modern city-like neighbors. I would like to interpret Kampung Baru through the dimensions of the extraordinary mundane by Thomas et al. For example, a small-scale kampung house, despite being rather ordinary, suddenly becomes a highlight in the midst of KL's skyscraper. Moving back to the site, we know that Kampung Baru is famous for its variety of local foods and Malay architecture. However, what is another extraordinary element that we can find on the site? And how can this enhance the identity of Kampung Baru? A mapping of the site tells us the stories of a planting culture that exists across different locations on the site. From a macro to micro perspective, how can we turn a daily activity into a celebrated event on site? The site is located in the intersection between city paths and village paths. Therefore, what kind of introduction to Kampung Baru can the site give? With reference to the adjacent urban programs of education and food street, an agricultural related program will be proposed. Therefore, this leads me to the idea of an agritourism learning center. The site is a trapezoidal plot of land. The first maneuver is to maximize pedestrian frontages. This is followed by the maneuver to continue existing green trails from the adjacent context via green frontages. Lingering circulation slows down the movement of people as they flow from the public spaces and into the building. Next, multiple nodes are formed, creating more gathering spaces for people to hover around the edges of the building. The internal spaces of the building are diffused with the public realm, and materiality is employed to soften the urban walls. On the ground level, variety through urban form creates two different typologies. This creates variation in experiences as people move through the buildings. A variety of green spaces are dedicated for the cultivation of flora. A double-height urban corridor creates an entrance statement while providing an alternative urban path. Service cores are placed as a climatic response to the low-altitude western sun. Projection of upper floor plates creates engagement with the public realm. Next, a connecting roof form is employed to unify both masses. The meeting points of the roof creates a welcoming gesture. A dynamic skyline reminiscent of local forms are created. Finally, the roof planes are transformed into a series of louvers. This softens the mass and allows for daylighting opportunities. The programs of the building mainly consist of planting, research, learning, and making programs. The ground floor of the building is a mix of these programs. The first floor of the building consists of research programs wrapping around a central learning space. Moving on, the second floor of the building mainly consists of making programs. The ground floor plan of the building is designed for the potential implementation of floras. Zooming in, the first part of the ground floor plan is characterized by meandering circulations. Columnar trees frames the public life and frames the building. Passing by the flowering gardens, the projected roof form greets the public. A herb garden unfolds for the community, where the public spaces come alive and people participate. A welcoming double-height urban corridor diffuses the exterior space with the interior. From here, people are drawn to participate in seasonal plant exhibitions. The gallery becomes a learning and sharing space. The roof form creates a sense of arrival for both pedestrians and vehicles. Moving on to the second part of the plan, users first pass through a pollinator research garden. Next, they are greeted by a series of food stalls. The building opens up and creates an inviting gesture, welcoming people to turn into the building. From here, users are invited to participate in the activities of the building. Such programs include a Trigona bee breeding apiary, a community nursery where everyone can participate and exchange, and a public classroom which is open for all to learn. Moving on to the first floor plan. The first floor plan of the building is characterized by research labs framing a central shared space. From the labs, views to the public plaza are preserved. The Second floor plan is characterized by more free-flowing space for collaborative programs to take place. Maker spaces, co-working spaces, an outdoor workshop, an informal lecture space. The northeastern facade is designed to create frontality with approaching users. Next, the southeastern elevation illustrates the dynamic skyline that people experience as they pass by the building. There are two different sectional typologies for the building, a courtyard typology and a shaped section with shearing of floor plates. The shearing of the floor plates creates overhangs for shading effects, while the shaped roof section creates a dynamically changing volumetric space for the upper floors. The sections of the building are designed to create wind turbulence. As air passes by, an air pressure difference is created. This difference in air pressure will cause air from inside the building to move outside the building, thus allowing natural ventilation. For the sectional detail, a wall with structural timber elements are proposed. This is followed by the proposal of an integrated double-glazed skylight with louver system. The louver system can be adjusted to optimize daylighting opportunities. In addition, it adds perceptual lightness and brings in part of the environment to be experienced. Finally, the Agritourism Learning Center celebrates the extraordinary mundane of everyday life in Kampong Baru and turns it into a place for learning and exchange between people from the city and local communities. Thank you for staying with me throughout the presentation, and I'd like to wish everyone a wonderful week ahead. I would like to thank Ms. Satira, Mr. Edward, all my tutors, and all my peers for an enjoyable semester.
Thank you, Jiming, for the interesting presentation. So now once again, we have our Q&A. So feel free to type in the chat or unmute. And maybe before that, because I see Miss AR Alice in the chat, I mean in the participants list. So maybe AR Alice, you would like to maybe share with us a little bit about masters?
Yeah, hi everyone. I think I also teachers in the undergrad. So basically I find a difference in the master and undergrad is the conversation that that we have with the master students. Yeah, perhaps they are a bit more confident because they have working experience, they have met client and they come back. I always enjoy those conversations. I think the undergrad students, I think undergrad students, they do have opinions, but I think sometimes they're a bit shy. Yeah, so just like what Mr. Nasmi has shared about it, about having conversation, what student brings to the table. Yeah.
What do you think, like maybe for the syllabus, what's the biggest difference between
The difference would be basically in the master. I'm sure Miss Camelia is here. The syllabus, in terms of direction of project, is basically set by the student a lot more than in that way. Yeah, I think they have a freer hand to explore what is their interest. Yeah, whereas in the undergrad, I think the studio project are quite defined with certain objective of the of learning outcome. Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Miss. And maybe Yihui and Jimmy, how was your master's semester 1 and semester 2? Maybe both of you can kind of chip in together, discuss together how your experience was. before we move into the questions in the chat?
For me, I think semester one was quite fun and quite chill compared to degree. Because of this pandemic times, we get to stay at home and do our presentation online. So it's easier to me. Yeah.
For me, I think generally a master's, the projects we deal with, although some of it may bear certain similar themes with degrees, for example, urban design studio, but the scales of the project tends to be larger. It's also more complex. And also I think one of the more challenging stuff about masters is how we find a more theoretically driven approach to the design. Yeah.
All right. Okay, so I think this question can actually be applied to both of you. From Jessie, which is while designing, did you put in consideration of the current pandemic? And maybe would like to elaborate also like which aspect of the design. Maybe we can start with Yihui.
Okay. So the design regarding the pandemic times, the implementation of green spaces was the way to make up for the inability to visit them in the COVID times. And it also functions as a therapeutic space to ease your mind while staying in like a compact, small or high-rise residential space. Because like usually if not because of the pandemic, we can go out and then like walk around, you can go to the park. So by implementing these green spaces, yeah, so make up for the inability to visit them. And then for the experience for how to bring the outside inside, because for the urban Tetris, each unit have their own private terraces. So by providing this private terrace, and then they also varies in size. So the terrace doesn't only act as balcony, but depending on the users, what is like a flexi space for them, they can do whatever they want there. So it's like an extra space for them to go do outdoor things, but indoor. Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe about Jiming can also address this question regarding the design during the current pandemic.
I think in terms of design, it's sort of mainly designed for human interactions in green spaces like this. But I think also to some extent, sometimes the question is to what extent can architecture cater to the pandemics? Yeah. So I think the design mainly focuses for public spaces, but I think with sanitations and proper practicings of SOPs, I think that shouldn't be too much of an issue.
All right. Okay, to Yihui from Ryan. How do you justify the staggered form of urban Tetris? How does it affect the user experience? Will it be troublesome to navigate, etc.?
The staggering form of the urban Tetris actually start from it from afar. It looks like something like a pyramid because I wanted to reduce the mass of the building on the left and right side, and then I stagger them to create the terraces the green terraces that I've said before. And then for the user experience and navigation, it won't be very hard to navigate because for the corridor, it's actually like double the corridor, and it's a very straightforward corridor. And then because of staggering and also the mass being less and less to the top, there's a dead end issue. So because of that, I've also put like a transfer staircase at the end to solve that issue. Yeah.
Thank you. And maybe we have our next question here to both, which I'm personally also quite curious about. I think this question could help a lot of us in bachelor's or whoever who just finished bachelor's and considering master's. Would you recommend working first, then taking master's or otherwise? And maybe if you guys have worked first, what your experiences was like. Was it during the pandemic? And yeah, we can start with Jimmy. Yeah.
Okay. So regarding the question, working first and then taking masters, I think it sort of really depends on the personal person whether he or she wants to continue the momentum. Because sometimes from what I experienced, I think when we go out to work, for me, I didn't go out to work directly after my degree. I actually continued doing masters by an internship before that. One of the things to consider is that sometimes the momentum might be lost because when we go out to work, there are other certain complexities and a lot of realistic things like cost. I think all of these things come into play. So I think it sort of creates this subconscious awareness. Like next time when you make a design move, you start thinking about all these things which may hinder the exploration part of it. So for me personally, I think after continuing from degree, I think I was able to sort of keep up certain momentums and be more free and open in the way I approach the process. Yeah.
Thank
Hope
you
that answers
for
the question.
you. Yep. What about you, Yihui?
I would agree with Ming that when he said after degree then he continued his masters, it's easier for him to approach his design things in masters. But then I would recommend working first because I actually worked for 2 years before taking masters. So it's like because working actually helped me a lot in my technical knowledge and also authorities the things, so like we can design better and also can solve issues with proper reasoning. Yeah. But then they not actually a bad thing. Like the downside of working for too long and then you take your masters is like
Yeah.
the when you design the concept and all those, it's hard to come out with because when you're working you don't really need that.
So you guys would just recommend us to find maybe what works for us, is it? Okay, so I think that sums up the questions that we have. I think the questions can just keep coming in while we move on to our next. So let's welcome our next master's representatives, Xianglin from Master Semester 4, who was guided by Dr. Camelia to introduce herself and present her work with us. So, hi Lin.
Hi everyone. I'm Xianglin and a recent graduate. So today I'm very excited and also grateful for this opportunity to be part of the Future Thinker again. And also I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my wonderful tutor, Dr. Camelia, for her supervision as well as the support throughout the year during my thesis. And so without further ado, I will be sharing you guys my final design thesis and I hope you guys will enjoy the presentation.
Hi everyone, my name is Xiangling and today I'll be sharing with you my final year design thesis titled The Urban Living Room, a Place of Discourse, Engagement and Exchange. Shopping is an important aspect in our everyday life because it has become one of the only means by which we experience public life. Shopping, although may fragmentize the city, but it can also defragmentize it by enriching city life. By looking into the changing landscape of retail, you can see that the act of selling and buying have existed since the ancient times. So dating back, trade is mainly done through the barter system. And as civilization grew, new form of retail is born. Correlated with the growth of the automobile, shopping malls started to grow as it was envisioned as a cultural and social center. And in the current context, the growth of e-commerce, which mirrored the growth of the internet, has caused this act of shopping to be shifted online. So this shift in retails therefore make the shopping malls to be obsolete. However, attempts were made where several retails are shifting from products to experience, as they are evolving from a distribution space to a collective place, in which they try to create a more enticing shopping experience. So with that in mind, the thesis sought to challenge the conventional shopping mall model by introducing meeting place and conversation space into it, in which I try to question whether if retail spaces could shift from a place of transaction to a place commodifying social programs. So here shows the aim and objectives of the thesis, where the main design intention is to reimagine the retail as a meeting place for the people through the introduction of third place and social incubators. So firstly, I've looked into the definition of third place, which can be summarized that third place is a social space, a living room of the society, a coming together space, as well as a space which creates sparks of dialogues. And third place is especially necessary today due to the shifts in the way we work, as the rise of technology has started to replace the physicality of things. Also, I've looked into the characteristics which contributes to the third place, and the characteristics of the third place can be said to be a community-friendly place as well as a conversation activator. And so I found a good example of boundary which facilitates these third place qualities, that is the kaki lima. The arcades that double as a protection against the weather also act as a social condenser. In Malaysia, you can find varying social and economical activities happening along the kaki lima. The space, which is either public or private, operates as a transitional space or filter optimal for third place characteristics. With that as reference, I've done several studies on several arcades design which plays with the varying arrangement of columns that would in turn affect the spatial qualities as well as the way people observe the space as a public or a private zone. So by simply compressing the space vertically and delivering spatial quality through the use of the columns, the relationship between the individual and the collective may be altered. The design strategy of the thesis therefore uses arcades as a form of threshold for third place activities. The arcade will offer a chance to reconsider the threshold of spaces for collaborative third place opportunities. As the arcade could give a sense of protection and intimate feeling, therefore it allows to create settings of rooms for conversations. It could also act as a frame of activities as well as life within it. The arcade will also allow to create seamless connection between spaces, therefore making the enclosed space to be more permeable and more physically connected with its immediate environment. And of course, the arcades could then also become a protection against the weather, where the arched roof also allows for collection of rainwater. To help design the arcade rooms for conversations, I've looked into Edward Hall's reaction bubbles theory, where it is a study of human use of space and the effects on the behavior, communication, and social interaction. So with this as the guide of the study, a series of rooms of different scale are explored to house different social activities. In the intimate rooms, it may serve as a sitting between spaces for casual conversations, like how a short and further space column could create room for private affairs, and also a shorter depth and tighter space column could create a room for observation of adjacent ongoing activities. In the personal rooms, it will include a series of medium-height rooms and casual sitting space for impromptu encounters, or how a lower or higher heighted rooms would suggest a private or collaborative dialogue between users and programs. Lastly, social rooms will mainly be of double or triple volume space for installation and public events to happen. And so I have chosen Sungai Wang as my site, which is located along the busy roads of Jalan Sultan Ismail and Jalan Imbi, which is located within the Bukit Bintang district. As you can see here in the land use diagram, Bukit Bintang is a very heavily commercialized district, with 90% of its building committed to commercial activity, in which it ranged in terms of scales from roadside vendor up to large shopping centers. A more in-depth analysis was done to identify the existing nodes like buskers, performers, as well as pop-up gastronomies, as well as possible linkages to create better connection with the surroundings and the project itself. To justify the reason for selecting the site, it's because the site is located within the most prominent retail belt, where most of the landmarks within that area are commercial or retail-related activities. So, there is a loss in identity that is more true to the local context and culture. With that in mind, the project intends to break this norm of consumerism to a meeting place which focuses to prompt discourse, engagement, and knowledge, all while forming an identity that is more true to the local. The project first identifies the three main target users, which are the shoppers or the tourists, locals, and office workers, in which all three would seek for different types of place, such as experience, gathering, as well as third places. From here, it will then lead to multiple outcomes and bases to form the programs. The programs derived are then categorized into three categories: the experience, third place, and gathering space, where all three will cater towards the three different target groups as mentioned earlier. Production and activity programs will cater towards the shoppers and tourists, which often seeks for experience spaces. Community-oriented programs which facilitate social activities will cater towards the local. And third place programs like library and co-working space will cater towards office workers who seek for a place to unwind and relax after a long day at work. Programs involving food are then introduced as an element of social interaction between all three distinct target users. In a macro scale, the design began by identifying the access points of both vehicular and pedestrian, where the flow of sight is then mapped to identify the possible connecting pathway of the project. Through this mapping of the flow, it's realized that the shoppers would usually continue their journey into the Sungai Wang Plaza, while the office workers will often take the shortcuts to reach their destination. Hence, the programs are then arranged in reflective of the pathway, where the central communal space will act as a mediator between the two. Paths are then formed to divert the users towards the building, where linkages are also formed on the upper floors to connect the surrounding access points, all while continuing the flow of the site. To further strengthen the idea of the place as a meeting place, the spaces are then arranged in a clustered form to create inviting rooms and pathways similar to that of a city. Here's the site plan of the proposed project, where the highlighted points here shows the link bridge with the surrounding points like the monorail station, Loyat Plaza, as well as the overhead bridge which leads towards the Times Square shopping mall. The front elevation here shows the project with its adjacent context, where the porosity formed through the arcades would create this seamless boundary between the public and the private, therefore allowing the public to enter the building as if it's another street, creating this seamless walking experience throughout. As the pedestrian approach the building from the main street, they are welcomed by a very large public space, where a platform dedicated for the buskers are placed directly facing the street, allowing public activities to happen. And sometimes the platform could also become a performance stage for the students or performers from the adjacent music class. And here's the lower ground floor plan. To create better connection to the site, spaces are leveled in response to the slope side, hence forming connectivity on all levels. In this level, co-working and library third places are placed in reflective to the office workers' shortcut pathway, therefore allowing them to slow down along the journey and unwind as they go. Moving on to the ground floor level, the highlighted area here shows the main spine, which connects the flow of the shopping from lot 10 on the upper right towards the Loyat Plaza as well as the adjacent office towers. The programs are also arranged relative to the target user's pathway, where the top would house most of the art and cultural programs, such as artist studio, fashion studio, workshop, and theatre. And the center will house the leisure programs such as co-kitchen, plaza, and music classes for gastronomy and fun activities. Then, on the bottom row, it will house programs of knowledge with elements of play along the arcades. The spaces are organized in a clustered form with individual blocks connected through the arcades, whereby each unit and its associated third place is located to increase the potential for cross-interaction between the users and other programs. For example, where the fashion design and culinary lab will share a courtyard with the music class, the third place function in the arcade are fashion runway and a cafe seating space, therefore encouraging public interaction with the plaza, or it could simply be an observation deck. Also, the play with the arcade width and depth would also suggest a different kind of seating space, either for a group or an individual. The other end of the music space, which faces out towards the street, are then framed by a row of tall colonnades. These dense colonnades on either side will help to emphasize its solitary role as circulation, all while directing attention towards the stage front. Then the galleries around the artist studios are generated by a different set of either largely spaced colonnades, encouraging the display of smaller sculpture and art, or how a wider spacing with deeper base will allow the presentation of larger items. And here's a perspective view of the space adjacent to the artist studio, where you can see the spacing between the columns will differ from one space to another. I also attempt to play with materials to further enhance the space as a social space for people to linger and relax. Here's another view towards the street towards the rear of the building, where the arcade will allow closed-off programs to shift to an urban-oriented model of public collaboration that would mimic a very vibrant outdoor market. Continuing to the upper floor, similar strategy is also applied where main spine of circulation is formed, as well as the programs will pair with a third place that will offer opportunities for interaction with the production that take place alongside. Where there is a shared courtyard among the yoga studio, dance studio, and cafe, the arcade will function as a social room as well as room for extension of activities. This will allow activities to fill the central plaza, in which the event will change every time as you visit the building, therefore allowing a multitude of activities, events, and installation to happen. And here's a view towards the social space adjacent to the cafe space, where yet again a warm material is chosen to further enhance the space as a space to rest, linger, and relax. Also, the third place between the production and yoga studio would create streets for the people to observe and participate in the ongoing activities. Lastly, the second floor plan here shows the continuation of programs on the upper floor, to which the play or heights between all the floors are contributing to the multitude of rooms formed. And here's an overview of the rooms explored throughout the project in 3 different scales, whereby a multitude of rooms derived based on the adjacent programs could contribute to a myriad of social scenarios. In the intimate rooms, an inverted arc could simply be a sitting space or an interface between the programs, while in the personal room, it could allow the extension of social or economical activities for public collaboration and interaction. Lastly, the large social rooms could cater towards the public events, installation, and activities. A latitudinal cut here across shows how the arcades of different height and depth would house different types of third place programs and activities. So as you can see, shorter arcades with shallow depth could act as an intimate room. A medium-heighted arcade with reasonable depth would house social activities, or it can simply become an observation deck along the programs itself. Also, a largely scaled arcade could become a public space for activities, events, and functions to happen. Again, another section cutting across the central plaza, which shows the varying scales of social activities happening along the arcades, which will enhance the adjacent program space along it, such that the staircase would become the informal sitting area towards the plaza, to which the short arcade below will allow for intimate rooms for observation and conversation. Lastly, the section cut across the marketplace, fashion, and artist studio, as well as the third place activities or programs along the arcades would differ depending on the programs and also the arcade sizes. And I'd like to conclude my presentation with this image, as well as a quote. It is the community that generates the retail and not the other way around. Thank you for your time, and I hope you enjoy the presentation.
Thank you, Lynn, for that beautiful presentation. The graphics are really very nice, and I think the whole team also thinks so. We always compliment your graphics. And now for our last presenter for this year's Future Thinker, let's invite Ishan from Master's Semester 4 as well, guided by Mr. Huat Lim to introduce himself.
Hi everyone, I'm Sean from the previous semester for Master of Architecture. Then before I start, I want to thank Mr. Huat, my supervisor, my family and friends that support me throughout the thesis journey. Then as the last presenter, I also want to thank on behalf of the organizing team, Jesse, Erin, Ryan Chong, Ryan Ng, Kathleen, and of course, Mr. Prince as well. Then with that, I will start my final presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sean, and I'm going to share the work of my design thesis today. The title of my thesis is A Landscape for Conversation. This thesis project is under the supervision from Mr. Huat with a cluster of 6 students. Each of our thesis work will form an overall master plan to rejuvenate the site which is located at Bandar Baru Sentul. The main emphasis of this master plan is to embrace humanity and create a livable neighborhood. For me, myself, I am proposing a library building at Pasar 1, alongside with my colleague High-Rise Co-living Residence and Wellness Center. Well, when we talk about library, the first thing that comes to our mind is a formal and quiet space that fills with a lot of books. But let's take a look at this painting on the right side. It's the School of Athens by Raphael. Some say that this is a depiction of a great library of Alexandria whatsoever. The point is, not a lot of books and scrolls can be seen in this library space. It's a gathering of scholars sharing ideas and learning from each other. The main thing that happened here is conversation. So this can conclude my standpoint for this thesis project, where I believe that instead of confined to a quiet bookstore, the knowledge that enhances the cultural development within a community is generated in an environment where a good conversation takes place. In the digital age, information is becoming digitized and changing the way people communicate, access, and consume information. The increasing convenience for people to access various information led to certain issues, including information overload. The advancements of technology also cause desocialization among the community. With the increasing dependence on the electrical device, it is also crucial to ensure that everyone to have the access to the technology to prevent a certain group of people to be excluded from the social information. So it can be concluded that the rise of digital technology improves the access to information, but deteriorate people's ability to properly digest the information and learn. Some of the literature studies were conducted, including the conversation theory by Gordon Pass, who suggested that through conversation, people exchange information and negotiate their view until they reach an agreement. The agreement over an understanding known as consciousness is an outcome of the conversation. Thus, Zhang Gao in Life Between Buildings suggests that information obtained from mass media is not as passive consumption, while the physical meeting up provides a chance for an individual to actively participate in the dialogue and experiencing other people. In the book of Wire for Culture, Mark Pedro mentioned that language plays a major role in a social system. It functions as a mechanism for conflict resolution by through information transfer. This statement further enhanced the importance of good conversation for the development of a society. From the literature studies, I conclude that the library should freely accessible to everyone, engage and facilitate conversation to raise consciousness within the community. With that, one question comes through my mind. If a conversation can occur anywhere and information can be easily obtained through a mobile network, so why do we need to visit the library? And the answer on this question is also reflect to the three aims of this library proposal. First is to provide an optimal information environment where community can share with each other. Second is to provide an environment with opportunity to encounter different groups of people for ample exchange of information. Lastly, is to design a pleasant conversation space that could enhance the user learning experience. The main intention of this proposal is to demolish the notion of a library building, perceive the library as a landscape or a casual environment for the community to hang out and having a conversation. The Alliance of Recreational and Information Hubs suggests a learning environment through active participation in dialogue by the community. To explore the design of conversation, some background studies was conducted. The conversation theory suggests that conversations can be conducted at a number of different levels. Natural language, where casual discussion occur, object language, where the participants discuss about a subject matter, and a meta-language, which is a dialogue on learning or language itself. Hence, PAS also identify two different types of learning strategies, with serialists who closely examining each individual to find basic relationship, and holists who look at the overall picture for higher order relation. Hence, sketches on the space design that accommodate different levels of conversation and learner was produced. Life Between Buildings suggested that passive contact is the prerequisite for deeper interaction and conversation. Even though the physical framework does not have a direct influence on the intensity and quality of social interaction, an architect can affect the possibilities of meeting, seeing, and hearing people. The sketches of motion of social contact that enhance the possibility for community engagement was produced as a guideline for the public space design. The Hidden Dimension by Edward Twitcher Hall suggested that people like to keep certain distance between themselves and other people or things. The invisible bubble space that constitutes each person's territory is one of the key dimensions in society. So the sketches on sensors on social contact that act as a guideline for conversation space design was produced. For the next, I would like to continue my presentation referring to the quote from Zhang, "First life, spaces, then building." I will start to talk about the life around the site. Bandar Baru Sentul is a township located in the nook of the central development of Sentul East. Despite the outmoded character, the town provides sufficient amenities to fulfill the needs and sustain the simple lifestyle of the community. The site of the thesis project is a 4-acre flat land located at the intersection of Jalan Sentul and Jalan 148A. The town have an inclusive community, accommodate people from various backgrounds, from low to middle income, youth to elderly. The town is currently being neglected by major development. The library helps to prevent the community excluded from the latest information, knowledge and technology. Located in between the education district and residential area, it can also function as a third place for the residents and after-school activities. The sketch on the motion mapping around Bandar Baru Sentul was produced. The hatching on the nodes indicate the social intensity, while the thickness of the circulation line indicates the pedestrian intensity around the site. The mapping suggests the intention of the project to form a circulation loop that connect the different arrival points on Parcel 1. Hence, the sketches on the process of life mapping to determine the overall circulation and spatial planning was produced. First, the 4 arrival point from the site is identified. From the commercial lot at the ground level, pedestrian bridge from LRT and wellness center, and the final arrival point that link to the 3rd floor podium level of the high-rise residence. Next, a 70-meter social field lane center park was introduced within the arrival point, and a 20-meter mid-range public square was allocated to act as a front stage that engaged interaction. Thus, a main path is connected throughout the 4 arrival point. The buffer was then introduced, avoiding the noise and the climate. Lastly, the possible social contact point was mapped out. The secondary path was then introduced consequently. For the next, I would like to talk about the exploration of space. The program of the proposed library was segregated into 3 categories. First category is known as silent dialogue, where the silent leading space and private conversation take place. The second category is known as informal dialogue, which include a public ramp, showcase, gallery, and food vendor where the casual conversation take place. The third category is known as collaborative dialogue, which includes the maker space, co-working space, and media collection, which provide a platform for collaborative conversation to occur. Intending to design a space for conversation that enhance the learning experience of the participants, the idea of architecting conversation was introduced. There are 3 elements in general that could facilitate the conversation within the participants. The first element that is coded in red is known as a divider, where it is a form of partition to hinder the participants from different conversation both visually and hearing for privacy. The second element that is coded in brown is known as a buffer, which is a form of separator that create proximity, reduce noise clutter, or partially filter of visual contact. The third element that is coded in blue is known as network. It is referring to the content of the collection, either digital or physical, in the library. This content provides information that engage conversation within the participants. The precedent study was conducted to investigate how the architectural space was designed to accommodate different zones for conversation. The study includes the flexibility of Sentai Mediatek, split level of traditional kampong house, the buffer space of the quiet space, and etc. Hence, the study concludes with the spatial exploration diagram, which is annotated with the arrangement of divider, buffer, and network in the architectural space. Putting together the program of the proposed information hub and the spatial exploration on architecting conversation, a James Stirling inspired worm eye view drawing was produced to demonstrate the spatial experience to be achieved for the 3 different conversation zones. The first is the silent zone, where noise control and a minimal distraction are to be achieved through the integration of buffer element. For the informal zone, the design of the spaces tend to be free and open to engage a high level of social contact. Lastly, for the collaborative zone, a space cluster was introduced where the segregation of different volumes define the enclosed space, while the top plane of the volume functions as the semi-open area. The enclosed space provides privacy and security, and the semi-open space provides an open and flexible space for different conversation to occur. Through the analysis of the surrounding context, the sketches on the massing development that respond to the site movement, sensors, and climate was produced as well. The exploration of space is concluded with the conversation zone diagram. The 3 conversation zones were segregated, and the spaces that accommodate natural language, object language, meta-language, serialist learner, and holist learner were indicated. The drawing acts as a base of the building design for the next stage. Lastly, I would like to talk about the building of the proposal. As mentioned, the proposal intends to create a link building that connect the pedestrian circulation. The roof garden that visually merged with the surrounding landscape was introduced, form a natural lamp that bring up the people from the lowest floor from the commercial lot to the LRT and pedestrian link bridge, and finally to the podium level of the high-rise co-living residence. For the structural system, the domino construction system from the Sentai Mediatek by Toyo Ito in Japan was referred as the case study. The design particularly caught my attention with its integration of the steel structural column with the vertical circulation. Hence, the circular profile of the structural element also create a more organic spatial arrangement for the reading and social space of the building. The design suggests an interweaving of the structural element, vertical circulation, and social context space which correlate to the idea of conversation of this thesis proposal. The service core and vertical circulation are usually not the main emphasis of the building design. However, it is also a space that plenty of people passing by in a public building. The design of the structural column intend to explore the possibility to enhance the social contact and conversation surround the service core. The structural column can also function as a wind and light shaft, induce both ventilation and daylight to the basement spaces. The main intention is to transform the basement car park space into a comfortable open space that could engage social contact and human interaction. The whole deck concrete slab system was implemented for the building proposal. It is an exposed structural slab system which can accommodate lights, ducts, and other mechanical equipment in and around its structure. With the integration of service element and the greenery climbing through the slab structure, the slab system aims to express the complementarity between technology, nature, and humans, which reflect the principle of conversation theory that embrace interaction of the prescriptive components. Furthermore, the timber louvered facade was proposed as the divider that are adjustable for the participants, and green facade was proposed as the buffer for the conversation space. The adjustable timber louvered and green screen create the adaptive and ever-changing character on the building facade. It also aims to achieve the expression of interaction between nature, human, and technology. A display panel is proposed on the facade as well, function as a network that display information and engage public conversation. The full wall section was produced to demonstrate the structural and service component of the building design. The opening of the sub-basement space induced daylight and ventilation. The vertical planting growth from the basement planter, climbing around the wire mesh screening, shaded the curtain wall of the auditorium space from direct sunlight. The second and third floor level demonstrate the semi-open area with informal seating, divider, and display panel that engage public discourse. The fourth level is the resource center with enclosed volume, while the fifth floor is the roof garden with open space as a recreational area. The ground floor plan demonstrates the spatial arrangement of the proposal. The overall massing is generally determined by the main circulation path with a recreational park as the center. The semi-open area is with cement render. The enclosed spaces were designed with carpet tile, while the silent buffer zone was designed with timber flooring. As mentioned, the spatial planning of the proposal divided in 3 separated zones, with silent, informal, and collaborative zone. A long section was cut through to demonstrate the spatial relationship between the 3 separated zones. The informal dialogue zone is where open space, recreational park, and public square is located. The greenery and trees were implemented in between the recreational park to buffer from the conversation of different groups of pupils. The silent dialogue zone is where silent leading, private conversation occurs. The split level and semi-enclosed design create a low sensory clutter environment for the reading space. The curved seating area was introduced to achieve angle effect, where the user can have the option to interact or avoid the person that sits beside. The structural column integrates with the vertical circulation. It can also function as a book exchange station that engages the library user. The collaborative dialogue zone is where collaborative learning, technology, and media collection occur. The different enclosed space cluster create separation of conversation zone. The semi-open space accommodate flexible space for open discourse for the participants. The sectional perspective drawing demonstrate the service system of the building. The turfing on the roof garden will function as rainwater catchment. The rainwater will be collected at the retention pond at the central park and delivered to the basement for treatment. The water is then pumped to the storage tank at roof level and transmitted throughout for building usage. Furthermore, it also demonstrates the facade system that responds to the climate and also the opening and shaft for daylight and cross ventilation in the basement space. Lastly, I would like to conclude the thesis work with the isometric view and the quote from Dorothy Sarnoff, where she mentioned about good conversation can increase your knowledge and education. It can erase misunderstanding and bring you closer to those you love. This thesis proposal is especially relevant as reflect the current world that face the COVID-19 pandemic crisis. Nowadays, less face-to-face conversation can be conducted causes the decrease of good dialogue within the community. The lack of good conversation causing the emerging of negativity and conflict, especially in social media. The main value of the landscape for conversation is to strengthen the bond between people and create a community with mutual understanding. Finally, I would like to end my presentation with an overview of the thesis proposal. I sincerely appreciate your attention today. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. So those were some really interesting sketches, and I hope everyone enjoyed their presentation as much as I did. Yeah, okay, I agree with the comments. It's flooding with the how detailed the analysis is and how amazing their graphics and sketches are. I really agree lot because if we think of masters, right, we might think that it might get very technical, and we see Sean involving so many sketches and hand-drawn works is really quite inspiring as a master student. And yeah, so everyone can just put your questions in for them, and we'll start by maybe asking them which parts of the design were the most challenging for both of them, for both of you, Lynn and Sean. And if you managed to overcome them, how did you do it? Yeah, so maybe Lynn can start.
Regarding the most challenging part, probably it's just starting the design because it can be very intimidating, right? Like it's your final thesis and you want everything to be perfect. So you tend to be afraid to do to start designing, but you need to know that everything is a learning process, then there's no right or wrong. So um, just by starting it, you're already doing something. So that's how I slowly overcome the fear of designing my thesis. Yeah. And then slowly you learn and know what to tweak and so on and so forth. Yeah.
So the beginning, the start.
Yeah, the start is always
putting the
that.
pen on the paper.
Yeah, that's always the very, very scary thing to do because it's like, oh my God, this is my thesis. I have to be sure everything is perfect, right? Yeah. But no, it's a learning process. Yeah.
All right. What about Sean? Which was the most difficult or challenging part?
I mean, I mostly similar to share my very personal experience. I don't know whether everyone others think the same or not. The first, when I do a thesis, I worry about, how this thesis is going to help me to apply my job in the future. Like if I do it too brave, will it be, I don't know, not irrelevant? But then at the first start, that's the reason why Lynn keeps saying that we don't have the direction. Then that is the most serious part, like the most difficult part. But after you get what you want to do, then you will just have the breath to move for it. So yeah, I think that's for me.
What about how do you guys actually find that inspiration to start? I think for Lynn was the surrounding context, right? For the arches. Would you like to maybe elaborate on that?
Actually, the thesis started by me trying to challenge myself to design public spaces, because I don't have much experience on that. Because previously I was working in a rather small firm and mostly I was doing residential. So I would like to take this opportunity to challenge myself also to start designing something that's more in a larger scale in a sense. And then I start looking into shopping mall, which is sort of a very interesting to look into also. Then yeah, slowly from there I start to develop my design along the way through reading as well. You need to read a lot. Yeah.
What about Sean? Where did you get your inspiration for such a extensive research and project?
I think for inspiration, it's a long journey for a conversation with my supervisor, Mr. Huat. But then for me, really personally, why I want to start project, because I really fed up. Of course, during this MCO period, we can see a lot of negative comment. Then people tend to not understand other than to bash each other, but don't have a real people that really want to give out a solution. So this made me frustrated. Then how to actually transform this thing to actually related to architecture, how architecture can contribute to that. I don't think architecture can really solve the problem, but I just want to actually explore the possibility that to actually design a space that enhance people conversion. I think that's the whole main inspiration for me to start this project.
Thank you. And maybe since we're at Sean, right? Would you what made you wanna utilize so many hand sketches? What motivated you to continue to use more of hand sketching and manual drawings to help you design? Or is that your most comfortable way of designing? Yeah. Would you
Actually
encourage your
not.
juniors?
This is the first time I use hand drawing. I mean, I joined a thesis, then mostly also influenced by Mr. Huat. Then I thought that I want to try something that out of my comfort zone. So how about I just do it as sketches. So I think the overall experience is good lah. So as mentioned, if to encourage the junior, I will very much recommend that lah. But of course, do it in your mouth corner way. But what I feel like sketches is that you have a direct connection to your hand. So when you just put the drawing on side, it will give you a more strong, I would say, attached to your own design and the project. And yeah.
Yeah. Maybe advices like for the upcoming, right? Maybe for Jiming and Yihui, what would you maybe advise them in the upcoming, maybe in your struggles, not just in design, but like maybe in master's final semester? Any advice for them?
Yeah, as I said before, the reason why perhaps me and Lin quite so struggle at the starting is because I don't know, if I look back, I feel like we think too much. So I just hope that you guys don't fear of anything, just do what you think is correct. And just like Lin said, there is no right or wrong. So just keep sketches, keep reading, keep talk with your supervisor, then you will get there. So don't worry too much.
Lin, do you have anything to add for that?
I very much agree with that. Yeah, just go along. Just talk to your lecturer. Doing a bit a day is also good enough, even though it's not much of a progress, but it's something, right? Yeah. So just keep doing, and just don't, I don't know, don't be afraid. Yeah.
Be daring lah. It's the final semester, but
yeah, just go
just
all
put it
out.
out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I see Dr. Camelia here also with her camera on. Maybe Dr. Camelia, you want to say hi to your students?
Okay, hi everyone. Yes, so once again, congratulations, Sean and Lynn, for the good works. Thank you. Actually, I think I enjoy so much of the process in the past 1 year. In spite of we didn't see much face to face, thanks to these MCO things. Anyway, I think one thing I want to say that in master's program, a thesis is a dialogue. A thesis is a conversation in itself. If you look actually in both cases, the thesis of Lin as well as Xian, both of them actually, in fact, they challenge the normal typology. In one hand, if you see Lin's project, she challenged the usual kind of the normal typology of shopping mall, while Xian challenged the usual typology of library. So in both cases, actually, they are taking a risk. They are taking, but that is in fact the nature for the thesis in Master of Architecture, because in the master program, they don't get any design brief. They have to come up with their own design brief. That means they have to come up with their own typology, and the good thesis is the one that is there to challenge the usual typology, but challenge it with the good justification. So the thesis process is also, if you see also, there are a lot of research inside the thesis as well, because the thesis is a process where you intertwine the research and the design, and how actually do you keep it consistent from the beginning to the end. Okay, and if you see also as well, both in Lin and Sean, they started with questions. So basically, you need to be there to questions, So I think that is something which is different, and I really admire actually both of you, Sean and Lin, who actually dare to question the normal things, and then even go further. I remember I asked Lin, "Are you sure? Do you want to do the shopping mall?" Because shopping mall usually is very contentious typology. There's a lot of question. There will be a lot of challenge, but she did it, and she just go through it until the end. So I think if you just